I never actually know when it's gone live. And here we are. Oh, Rafkin, be marching. Welcome to the stream. Time for me to try and remember what on earth we were doing last time we were here. Suppose I could just talk to my partner. Am I forgetting about anything? Oh, that's right. I remember what I'm forgetting. So kind of the first thing that we're going to need to do is actually just head back to the inn and sleep for like 3 days, because we've got multiple quests that all require just letting time pass. Okay, let's see. So we've got a few... Hey, Emmy, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much. We've got a few more tasks for the mayor of Breadwood. And we've got a couple of things for other folks. Like, we need to sleep for like 3 days to deal with the people at Lazy A Dude Ranch. So that they can get the cows being grown. And I still haven't found the tapper to progress through the cactus. Well, I guess I reckon it's time to start slipping into the cowboy voice. Well, if that's how it is, I don't see much reason to dawdle. We'll head over to Dirtwood, or Dirtwater, rest up for a few days. I've been avoiding rest because, well, it resets all of my temporary buffs. Actually, there's one thing we can do beforehand. We got no time requirements on Gun Manor, and I've been meaning to come back here. Hang on. Guess I don't have more nails. We're ready to get this show on the road. Neither one of us is getting in that place alone, I'm pretty sure. Okay, Florence, let's go. Roger copy. It's Stick, actually. Yeah, some ghost is playing tricks on you because they know you ain't packing science. Stand back, I got this. Florence unlimbers her weird rifle and fires a short burst of swirling light into the doorknob. You hear an eek from inside, and the door swings open. Works every time. Yeah, we'll deal with the spider. See, that wasn't so bad. Easy for you to say. Nothing to it. What's the buzz, Florence? She raises an eyebrow at you and glances at one of her weird instruments. According to my weird instruments, there are 13 ghosts left on the premises. More precisely, there are 4 on the left of the first floor, 4 on the left of the second, 4 left on the first floor, 4 left on the second, and 5 on the third. Jeez, Florence, it was only a little one. It was nearly as big as my head. Yeah, but if it was drawn any smaller, it would have looked just like a black dot. Don't get all meta on me. It's unscientific and I hate it. The house of Mrs. Terry Gunn. Thank you, Emmy. I appreciate it. Teresa Terry Gunn built this stately, if architecturally unusual, manor house in the late 70s, completed in 1877, using the proceeds from her famous invention, the gun. After her retirement in 1891, she graciously opened many of the rooms to the public as a museum and historical center. It's as cold as a federal grant administrator's heart in here. I wonder what's causing that. You don't think it's, all that ice? Nah, you got that backwards. The ice couldn't be here if it wasn't cold to begin with. That's science. Maybe the house's heat got shut off somehow. We better see if there's a furnace or boiler or something. It'd probably be in the basement. Hang on. I wasn't actually finished looking around here. Okay, we turned off both lights and we'll use the intercom. Hello? It's a ghost just said hell at me. Spooky. Pretty sure that's not a ghost. The intercom's just busted. Who? It? Mrs. Gunn? No, I'm Mrs. Oh man, would have been a pretty joke if the intercom wasn't broken. Would it? Mrs. Gunn, did you know your intercom is broken? You'll have to hit up my intercom, bro. Are we just gonna do these old vaudeville gags all day? What do you mean old? It's 1895. Vaudeville is at its peak. Mrs. Gunn, we're here about the ghost extermination you requested. Well, one of us is, and the other is just generally adventuresome. Can I have a word? I can't. Oh, what? Come up 3rd floor. Alright, the 3rd floor it is then. What? I don't think I said that, Sib, but who knows, really. Gonna turn off all of the lights in the manor. We got Rat and we got Sit. Tea service. The door is barred. Disbar it. You remove the bar from the door and hurl it out a nearby window. What horrors lurk inside this thing? Tear it open and find out. Bones and pants. Double silk pantaloons. We painted Boo on the wall. Terrifying. A plot code lock, eh? Lucky for us, I have a key for every model they make. Florence fumbles a giant keyring out of her pocket, finds the one that unlocks the door for you. Oh hey, a lab, check it out. Florence starts excitedly poking around the workbenches and shelves. Must have been doing some really good science down here. I don't even recognize half this stuff. Okay, well don't accidentally blow us up or anything. Shh, relax. I have an advanced degree in tinkering and fiddling. They had better degrees in the Old West. Bismuth. Do not eat. This device clearly has a purpose, but you can't fathom what it is. Okay, so I could figure it out. Got a box of science doohickeys. Got an item, the worst gun. Who's got two thumbs and is lucky they haven't been shot off yet because of this inexpertly constructed gun? You. Patent medic and expensive medicine. Oh, that is valuable. A device for reducing the loudness of gunfire. A silencer, if you will. Look at the tools on the bench. You could definitely make a silencer here. First thing you'll need is a 1.2337 inch diameter cylinder. Maybe a tin can would work? You also need some stuffing to pad out the inside of the can. It's going to be tricky to find. I have mostly cleared the spiders out from down here, save a couple of the trickier ones. Y'all are for Florence and she comes over to you. Oh, Nelly, hold on a sec. That's a ghost. Those things are dangerous. I wasn't expecting to see any of these here. What? You're a ghost hunter and you're here specifically to hunt ghosts. No, that's just ghosts. This is a ghost. A great haunt originating from spectral transmissions. Totally different from a ghost. Except for the name, you mean? Anyway, those things can be pretty tough. Heck, I knew I should have brought a bismuth bomb. What? Bismuth. It's a sort of silvery metal that screws with spectral energy the way iron does with magnetic energy. So where do we get a bismuth bomb? Bismuth. Normally I just make them myself in my lab. So much for that idea then. Well, that workbench we found earlier might have the stuff I'd need. Let's come back later. Reasonably certain we can win this fight at this point. Standard precautions. Use the old bean. And then we'll drop a rain of teeth. Spider egg omelet, miscellaneous spider parts. This hole contains an approximately infinite number of spiders. Okay, well, while we're here, let's go mess with the boiler. Oh, I see. We need to load it up with coal. Let's revisit the lab. Whip up a bismuth bomb. Hey, Florence, can you make a Bisquick bomb out of this stuff? Bismuth? Come on, man, it says right on the containers. Fine, fine. Can you make it, though? Yeah, I can. Stand back and watch a master at work. Stand back, etc. Florence goes to town with a hammer and pliers and comes back with a metal sphere. It has a grinning skull painted on it and a big red button on the side. Well, it's properly intimidating, at least. And it ain't just a pretty face. Can we just appreciate the little light effects on her guns? Those are actually a very charming addition. Nice little touch. Florence holds up the bismuth bomb and gives you an excited look. Okay, go for it. Better cover your ears and your eyes, and well, just cover your entire head. What's up, Doc? She raises an eyebrow at you and glances at one of her weird instruments. According to my weird instruments, there are 13 ghosts left on the premises. Surprised you followed me in here despite the spiders. Yeah, well, if there's one thing I hate more than spiders, it's missing out on the chance to shoot accelerated protons at some kind of spectral entity. I found some science junk for her. Oh, Florence's gun damage has been increased and she has a new skill enlightenment field. Or actually, does she have that or do I? I got some XP. Might be worth it. Dark howdy. You could disappoint so many kids on Crimbo this morning with this amount of coal. Push the cart of coal. Boiler is off, but the coal tank is full. All you need to do is press the ignition button. Boiler clatters to life as the tank full of coal begins to burn. There's a little spigot here. You pour a little bit of boiling water onto the dirt floor, making hot mud. Sure we'll need hot mud at some point. Anyway, we've dealt... Aha, turn the boiler solves our ass problem. My scientific hypothesis has been proven correct. But we don't have direct evidence connecting the ice to the... Don't you try and pull a post hoc ergo propter hoc on me. I'll shoot you with my science rifle. In that case, I totally agree with you. Let's hunt us some ghosts. Okay, so we got an elevator, we got a kitchen, we got a dining room. Let's visit the dining room. Big rack of expensive looking dinner plates. I'll look more closely. Horrifying. How we doing, Florence? This ghost is cramming his face with invisible food. Maybe he's the ghost of an emperor? Correct his manners. Come on, man. At least use a napkin or stick your pinkies out or something. Sorry about that, I'm just so hungry. This waiter doesn't know how to make ghost food, so he's just been giving me imaginary food and hoping I won't know the difference. I feel kind of bad about dragging him into this mess, so I've been pretending to eat it to humor him. I'm starving. You need some actual ghost food? Maybe I can help you out. Specifically, what I want is a bowl of chili. A bowl of chili without a gun in it. Okay, what? That's what I'm craving. I guess it's probably because of how I died. How'd you die? Well, I was eating some chili and it had a gun in it. Did you choke? What? No, it went off and shot me to death. But, look, all I know is that I need to eat a bowl of gunless chili in order to satisfy my hunger and pass on to the afterlife. Okay, I'll see what I can do. I got a small blowtorch. I'm guessing we need to make our way to the kitchen if we want to deal with this. There's a ghost in here mumbling and muttering and yammering about eggs. Interpret his disjointed ravens. Hang on a second, you tried to poach an egg by shooting it? For dadgum, yes, that's what I did. Heck, course I did. That's how you poach an egg. Pappy didn't raise no fool. But dadgum, first licking her egg, rolling out of the way of the bullet. Ricocheted off the bottom of the cook pot and got me right between the peepers for dadgum. It's not how you poach an egg. What you talking about out of your head like that? Of course it is. No, it isn't. Dadgum, boy, me and me pappy and his pappy been poachers all their lives, and I know more about poaching than you ever will. Okay, but that's not the same kind of poaching. What's all this daggum sass talking, boy? Poaching is poaching. I'm going to prove you so wrong as soon as I figure out how. Chili spices. Close the ice room door. I'll go inside. Hi. Hey, hi, excuse me. You seem to be trapped in block ice. That's just what I wanted to talk to you about, actually. Can you get me out of here somehow? Besides, the whole frostbite thing, I'm supposed to be running the elevator, and there aren't any proper stairs in this crazy place, so that's kind of important. Let me think. You know what? I'm just gonna use the dessert blowtorch. I can get you out with this blowtorch? Whoa, what? Blowtorch? Jeez, be careful with that. Turn the lock knob and spark the flame, which turns out to be about as big as that of a cigarette lighter. Over the next 45 minutes, you use up the entire tank of butane, but manage to melt the ice enough that the lady can break free of the ice. Thanks. I gotta get back to the elevator, but come see me and I'll let you ride for free. There's a charge to ride the elevator? No, like I just said. Hey, thanks again for your help back there in the freezer. This is the elevator. Unfortunately, all we can do at this point is go to the second floor. Why just the second floor? The button for the third floor is missing. I'll bet anything the old housekeeper took it and hid it in some hilarious place. She loved wordplay. That's why they fired her. That and all the stealing and important things and hiding them. Second floor, please. Got a restroom and some guest rooms. Start at the guest rooms. Never mind, that's a lot of rooms. We'll come back to that. We go to the library. A book is a terrible thing not to read. Oh, it's a spooky sign. It's a big dictionary on a pedestal. Could come in handy if someone tells you to look up something in your funkin' wagnalls. Turned off the lamp. This ghostly librarian is glaring at you as if daring you to make a noise. Excuse me, but... Shh. Sorry, I was just... Shh. Okay, jeez, is this good? I suppose it'll do. Now, what was your question? Can you help me with some library stuff? Could you perhaps be more specific? I'm looking for some of that delicious paste. The paste book is for repairs, not for eating. Ah, please? No. I was wondering how you died. I was caught in the crossfire in a library shootout. Wow, what happened? A pair of ruffians got into a heated argument over the comparative merits of Anton Chekhov versus Henrik Ibsen. When they started shooting, I attempted to step in and stop them. I simply won't abide gunfire in my library. It's far too loud. What was their point of contention? I don't recall the particulars. I just remember the Chekhov fan shouting, "Remember that gun I showed you before Act 1? Before opening fire, the noise was dreadful. That's your only objection, the noise. That's quite sufficient. I won't tolerate a noise of any stripe, and certainly not gunfire. I'll see what I can do." So I'm guessing that's what we need the silencer for. T's, ats, tats, stats, states, statues, statutes, what about these? Remove the sheet. Oh. Oh my gosh. That was terrifying. That's definitely a person right there. Objection! Huh, what are you objecting to? Your face! Overruled. What's your problem anyway? Ah, it's legal stuff. You'd never understand. Oh yeah? Try me. Fine, what's the maximum legal caliber for a civilian handgun? 800? 800? Try anything when you actually know about anything about gun law, or anything. Okay, so I need to know gun law to get her out of there. I need to get her out of there to get the dude to stop playing a statue, I'm willing to bet. Let's use the restroom. It's a medicine cabinet, which is a cabinet for storing medicine. I guess rich people use the bathroom one toilet at a time, just like the rest of us. What's this? It's a normal bathtub, but the faucet is up really high and there's a curtain around it. We'll take the curtain. It's not polite, but I suppose as long as someone locks the door when they're using it, ain't likely to have any problems. The ghostly clerk runs over, or hovers quickly over to you. No, dear, I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. Why not? A customer. He hasn't paid his bill, so I was forced to lock him in there until he does. I know that seems mean, but one has to take a firm hand with these things. How much does he owe you? 300 meat. How's he supposed to get the meat to pay you if you won't let him out? That's a fair question, dear, but that's on him, I'm afraid. Would you take 150? Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. Than the nothing I've gotten out of him. And he seems perfectly content to just stay locked in there. So, alright. Go into the room. Oh, here I was expecting him to be a ghost as well. I just figured he'd have starved to death after all that. Steal his wallet. Turn off the lamp. The magic of cleaning your children. Your teenager yourself. Incredible magic of sensing your children. Mind-blowing power of acknowledging yourself. Hey, there's actually a useful book hidden among all this crap. Advanced Beancraft Volume L. I'm guessing the rest of it is useless. But if we've got Advanced Beancraft, we can go ahead and read it for some XP. One of the museum employees is sitting here reading a magazine, as you can see. Congratulate him on his newfound freedom. Congratulations, I freed you. You're free. Huh? Free from what? Well, from being locked in this room with nothing to do except read that magazine. Ah, so you freed me from having an excellent excuse for not doing my crappy job. You freed me from the burden of relaxing in here instead of emptying trash cans and cleaning toilets. Great. You're a real hero. Could I just lock the door again? No, it's too late now. I'm free. Free as the wind blows. Free as my job blows. Thank you. He leaves, taking the chair with him. slowly filling the gift shop, I think. That door's locked. Really seems like there'd be a door here. Oh, we got another lamp to turn off. You start to open the door, but the ghostly clerk swoops in and blocks your way. Oh, hey now, sorry dear, but I can't let you go wandering in there. Why not? What's in there? A tenant. They've paid for the room and they seem to rather a quiet, private sort, so I won't have you disturbing them. The mirror on this vanity doesn't work? How? This painting of the countryside is nice, but there's nothing very interesting about it. I guess it's a little weird that it's hanging over a step ladder instead of the bed. Maybe the last occupant was a really short art aficionado. Closer look. Happy little trees. Oh hey, according to the signature, this is an original Darius Klieg. You never heard of him. You know, now that you're looking at it closely, seems like the painting is sticking out from the wall more than it should. Well, what do you know? There's another painting underneath it. A painting of a safe. This house must be really old if it's got jokes of this vintage. And behind the painting of the safe is an actual safe. Oh, we gotta turn off the light. And we have safe cracking. And it's empty. Wait, what if... Can you help me with some... Welcome to the stream, Albert. Sorry, we're in a library. I gotta whisper. Can you help me with some library stuff? Could you perhaps be more specific? Looking for a book on a specific topic. Someone sorted all of the cards by call number instead of by title or author. I'm sorry, Emmy, but I have to. We're in a library. Our card catalog is being reorganized. Someone sorted all the cards by call number instead of by author, which made it quite useless. You'll have to search the stacks manually. If you can find a book on a similar topic to what you're looking for, its call number will direct you to other books on that topic. Okay, thanks. Ah, I see, so I can't actually go past her. There's a guy lying here trapped underneath a large book. You okay? You okay there? Shh, no talking back there. Yep, this is your ASMR stream. Sorry. This guy is still here, trapped under this book. Turns out to be a book about geology. It's bound in stone, and it appears that each chapter is devoted to a different type of stone, and is printed on slabs of the stone in question. Move the book. You managed to heave the book off the guy. Oh, thanks. I never thought I'd get out of there. At least now I know all about the particular type of granite described on that one page. How'd you get trapped like that in the first place? Well, I work at the info desk in the visitor center, so on my breaks I like to research different kinds of info. You know, just in case anyone asks. I guess you never know when someone might ask you about rocks. Exactly. Oh man, I'm late getting back. Thanks again. Feel free to stop by my counter if you have any questions. Albert, don't tell me what to do. We got a lamp. You look up boo in the dictionary. Weird, there's no entry for that. There's an entry for that word, but no definition. It's just a picture of. Oh no. A picture of. It's a picture of you! I thought there might be something there. First floor. We have chili powder. One of the museum staff is frantically serving empty plates to the ghost, who is politely pretending to shovel the food in by the fistful. Seems too busy to talk to you. So, hang on. Yeah, sorry about that, Albert. We ain't in the library no more. Oh, I just noticed that says boo. Let me pass. Let me use the kitchen. I know there's gotta be some trick to this. Wait, I've got an idea. Yeah, the walking animations are pretty amazing. Oh, you pluck some leaves and drop them in with your pot of tea service. So it looks like some of these things are useful for this area. This bush seems to be full of pinto and kidney beans. You didn't think those grew on bushes, and you especially didn't think they grew on the same bush. Got a pile of loose chili beans. We're in the hedge wizard's domain. So I've got chili powder. I have chili powder, I have beans, and I have access to boiling water if I need it. We got some tea. We need some kind of container to put the beans and the chili powder in if we want to actually make the chili. Boo. Bags of frozen food. If we need to chill anything, we have that. I don't suppose you want the tea? I don't even know what that lady wants. I know this is a big puzzle. I just need to figure out... Oh wait, have I actually talked to this lady? Hello dear, welcome to my little B&B. Would you care for a room? No thanks, I won't be staying that long. Hopefully. Wait a minute. Yes? What's B&B stand for? Boo and breakfast. Oh yeah, that's what I was expecting. Why did you say your B&B? This isn't your house. Oh, I know, dear, but nobody was using these guest rooms, and there were ghosts hovering around with nowhere to go. I got to be feeling homesick for the little B&B I used to run when I was alive, so I thought Mrs. Gunn probably wouldn't mind. I see, fair enough. What happened to your eye? Oh, it was such a foolish little accident. I had a guest I was suspicious of. Nervous, twitchy little man. I thought he might be mixed up in something bad. One evening I was passing by his room and I gave in to temptation and peeped in on him through the keyhole. Did you see anything? Well, only for a moment. He was cleaning a small pistol and I suppose I must have made a noise because it suddenly jumped and the gun went off. And it hit you? That's right, straight through the keyhole. It's how I died, in fact. Geez, I'm sorry. Thank you, dear, but it's all right. Serves me right for spying on a guess is how I look at it. Is that what's keeping you here? Guilt? No, I think I paid quite sufficiently for that transgression. Well, I don't want to go to heaven I don't want to go to heaven missing an eye. It wouldn't be as nice without depth perception. So you need a new eye? Yes, do you think you can help me? Help me? I'll keep an eye out. I'll see what bye. Only other option I can think of, apart from double checking stuff that I might not have looked at. At this point, the only thing I think I can think of is to go back to the gift shop and see what changes have happened because of what I've done. Let's head back out the house. Go visit the gift shop. Hello again. Oh, it's you. Hey, they let you smoke in here? Let's just say they haven't successfully stopped me. I'll sneak off to the carriage house to smoke if you can do it in here while you're working. Well, I'll give you a hint. I don't like working. Can you validate my parking? Didn't you say you got here in a ghost carriage? That's right. Those don't actually take up space, so it doesn't count as parked. Oh, never mind then. Oh, it's you, my hero and savior. Oh, hi, thanks again for freeing me from that book. You still have marks of where the engraving's pressed into your face. I'm hoping they fade with time, but if not, I can always quiz myself while shaving. So what do you do here? I provide information. Want some? Sure. Great, that's what I'm here for. What would you like to know? What can you tell me about Mrs. Gunn? Full name is Teresa Olivia Gunn, but informally she goes by Terry. She was born in 1847 to Reginald and Priscilla Gunn. Her mother was a mathematician and founding member of the Western Society of Mathematics in 1870, and her father was a catapult operator in the unpleasant disagreement of 1862. She invented the gun at 1869 at the age of 22. There's a photograph of her on the wall there. Accepting a prestigious inventing award, she married her husband Dan 20 years ago in 1875, and they had 3 daughters. Other than that, there's not a whole lot we know about her. She's a very private person, especially after she gave the house to the Historical Foundation and locked herself in her room 4 years ago. What about Mrs. Gunn's family? Let's see, she married Dan Staple Remover in 1875. He was the inventor of the staple remover. Did you know that? They'd met at an inventors convention 3 years previously. Dan decided to take her last name because he always wanted to call his invention Office Chompers, and he was always a little annoyed that people called it after him instead. They had 3 daughters named Dorothy, Blanche, and Rose. Fortunately, Dan vanished mysteriously in 1889, shortly after Rose was born. Nobody knows what happened to him, although it's generally assumed he was killed by bandits while he was on the road for gun industry's business. Then all 3 of the girls went missing the year after. They went to summer camp and were just never heard from again. No ransom note or anything. Mrs. Gunn was never the same after that, naturally. She started blaming it on the ghosts, though as far as I know there's been no ghost activity here until just the other day. What about Gunn Manor? Isn't it amazing? Mrs. Gunn had it built in the mid to late 70s when she and her husband decided to start a family. It was finished in 1877. It has 8 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, plus a whole host of modern conveniences like electric lights, a coal-fired boiler, and a bowling alley. My personal favorite room is the library, but I guess you already know that one lately. Mrs. Gunn donated the house to the Historical Society in 1891 with the provision that we keep the place properly maintained and send meals up to her room in the kitchen dumbwaiter. She's actually never come out of her room since then, although she still sometimes communicates via telephone or the house intercom sometimes. Anything else you'd like to know about? What about rocks? I know tons of stuff about rocks now, specifically igneous rocks and granite in particular. Do you know granite tables are frequently used as bases for optical instruments because they're very stable and easy to use? Cool, tell me another one. Sure, how about this? Hitting something with a rock was the very first human invention, and the second was swearing. Granite gravestones and memorials are considered a status symbol because the tools to carve and engrave such hard stone with speed and precision have only recently been invented. In fact, until about 15 years ago, there was only one workshop in the world that produced them, run by the inventor Alexander MacDonald, who also invented the Harzburger. Although that proved less popular because Harzburgite is not one of the edible kinds of igneous rock. Igneous rocks are formed when magma cools and solidifies, which can happen either above or below Earth's surface, even in your own home. Geologists call granite massive because it doesn't have any internal structures, and also because it comes in great big lumps. The third weirdest sport, curling, uses stones and brushes made specifically out of granite. There are over 700 types of igneous rocks, and only 3 are edible. I'm just gonna see if this just keeps going. Looks like it loops. The word granite comes from the ancient word granum or grain because of its pleasant weedy smell. Granite was an integral part of architecture of many ancient societies, which is why the ruins of those buildings still exist today, unlike those of ancient people who built all their structures out of cheese and wheat paste. The upper section of the Earth's crust is made of 94% igneous rock and 1% marzipan. Granite is a natural source of radiation and contains 10 to 20 parts per million of uranium, which is why you shouldn't fill your underwear with it despite the pleasant weight. Granite contains at least 25% quartz, which makes it useful as a resistor of all kinds of magical devices. Geologists call some of the most interesting rocks in the world can be found near the 4 magnetic poles. Alright, we'll call it there. This sign says The sign on this machine says genuine gunman or souvenir tokens. Make your wishes come true, just 50 meat. Negotiate a better deal. In a staggering display of business acumen, you convince the machine to give you a discount. Okay, we got 3. We'll smash it into shotgun and a cool pistol. Was really hoping there would be something useful in the gift shop, but not sure what else there is to interact with. The thing is, there's an achievement for sending all of the ghosts in the manor along peacefully, and there's an achievement for killing all of them. So I kind of want to do it peacefully, but I'm not sure where some of the stuff is. Stuffing to pad out the inside of a can. Okay, let's talk to all the ghosts one more time. There's nothing else that we can interact with in here. It makes our options limited. Hey, do you ever make chili? Sure, doesn't everybody? You put a gun in it? Come on, you can't even hardly call it chili if it doesn't have a gun in it. No, I'm just kidding. That's insane. see strap of brightness on a dark background. I think that might just be a window. You don't know what these cans mean, but you know they mean it 12 times. Determined. Oh my gosh! I was able to search the safe again. I never thought of that. Determined not to have gone through all this nonsense for nothing, you carefully search the empty safe. Eventually there's a click and the back of the safe swings open, revealing a secret passage. I guess that explains the stepladder. That leads to room 3. It's a sewing kit, so it is. Haha, yeah, good one. I'm glad you think so. The homophonous nature of so-and-so is certainly ripe for your puns, isn't it? Yes. Is that so? Yes, very good, very funny. Listen, are you going to look in this container or what? Why so serious? Well, you're kind of driving the joke into the ground now, and it's getting really tiresome. Not really tiresome. Only so-so. Just come on, this is stop being funny. Is that so? Yes it is. Are you just messing with me? Do you not want what's in this? I do want it. I want it so bad. Look, Stick, you're starting to get on my nerves now. So what? So what is there's an item in here that you need for your progression. And at this point, I'm sorely tempted to not give it to you. So don't give it to me then. Oh, just take it, okay? Take it and get out of the script. You got an item, elevator button. Thank you so much. Please just leave. I'm not talking to you about this thing anymore. The proximity of the lamp makes this plant extra healthy. Not anymore. The armoire is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. That's something. Candy. There's some candy on the nightstand. 9 out of 10 dentists would be appalled. Peppermint drops. This room has a bed but no door. I guess that's why they call it the bedroom and not the door room. Gotta abuse the jokes, Albert. It's important. Oh! That leads through to here. Another box of science doohickeys. Turn off the floor lamp. This bed hasn't been slept in for a long time. This plant was planted here as false evidence. Hello there? You here to laugh at me? Huh? No, not at all. Why? I wouldn't do that. No, of course you wouldn't. Nobody ever laughs. I never made a single person laugh in my entire career. That's a left turn I wasn't expecting. What was your career? I used to design gags and novelties, but I was terrible at my job. Couldn't come up with a single novel idea. This conversation seems oddly familiar. See, even my pet presence is unoriginal. You're just being too hard on yourself. I bet you invented all kinds of good stuff. My best invention was fake vomit. It looks just like fake vomit. Oh, fake vomit. It looks just like fake vomit, but surprise, it's real. That was the one that got me fired. What other novelties did you invent? Invented a can of mixed nuts that has a spring in it, so when you open it, the nuts spray out everywhere. It's kind of funny. Nobody would ever open the can because of how it said deadly venomous snakes on the label. You know those flowers you wear in your lapel and it sprays water in someone's face when they smell it? You invented that? That's a classic. No, I tried to combine it with chewing gum made out of hot peppers. You invented a boutonniere that maces people. Uh-huh. People seem to like those little sea monkey things, so I thought maybe I'd do that except funnier. And then I thought itching powder is pretty funny. You made itching powder out of brine shrimp? No, they're aquatic. It wouldn't work. I used spider eggs. Oh no. Ultra-realistic stink bomb using pure methane gas. Turns out that pure methane is actually odorless. That isn't why farts smell bad. It's also extremely flammable. Fortune-telling fish, the little cellophane things that curl up in your hand to predict the future. I don't know how it happened, but mine were 100% accurate, and it was always terrible news. Rubber chicken that was no longer rubber. He invented x-rays. How did you die? I was working on a new invention, an exploding cigar. I thought that would be pretty good. You light a cigar and it's fine for a second, but suddenly goes off with a big bang. You jump in surprise and everyone laughs because you nearly had a heart attack. Funny, right? Sure. Hit a snag in development, though. What happened? Well, I figured I'd use gunpowder for the explosive. And you can buy it already packed into these little brass cartridges, so that seemed convenient. You mean bullets? My first test run was a real mess, I can tell you that. I can imagine. So anyway, now I'm afraid of failure and I'm dead. Maybe I can help you out. What do you mean? Well, your initial idea was pretty funny, I guess. It's just your execution that was the problem. My execution was the problem? Ha, you're right. Maybe you could help me after all. See if I can figure something out for you. Alright, well, we have the button for floor 3 now. You give the elevator operator the button you found, and she sticks it into the empty buttonhole on the elevator's control panel. Hey, thanks a ton. You sure are helpful, Stick. Well, howdy again, Stick. Which floor? Oh my gosh, there's a turtle. It looks so calm, so tame. Mr. Gunn and Mrs. Gunn. Mr. Gunn mostly burned garbage in this thing. Cheap cigars. Okay, I got 2 cheap cigars. Electric floor lamp. This guy doesn't notice you approaching until you're right next to him. He yelps in surprise and drops his glass on the floor, then squints unsteadily at you. He takes a maraschino cherry from the bowl and on the bar cart and throws it at your head. Hey, stop that. Sorry, just making sure you're not one of them ghosts. He drops another cherry into a fresh glass and pours a lot of whiskey on top of it. You one of the museum employees? Yep, that's me. What are you doing here? Hiding, buddy. I don't know if you didn't notice, but this house has got ghosts in it. You don't say. Whole bunches of them all over. So I don't know about you, but I'm staying right here where it's nice and safe. Wouldn't you rather get out of here? Nah, all the booze, that is booze. I'm really scared of when ghosts go boo, you know. They'll get me if I leave this room. There aren't any ghosts in this room between this room and the exit. So you said, that's what you said, but they're ghosts, they could be anywhere. Except in here. Exactly, I ain't leaving without a guarantee that those ghosts won't grab me on the way out. Could disguise you. Here, look. We'll use this white shower curtain to disguise you as a ghost. They won't bother you on your way out. That's a mighty fine idea, but oh, eye holes. That curtain's got no holes for eyes. I won't be able to see. Starting to think you don't actually want to leave. No, what give you that idea? It's terrible in here. You narrow your eyes at him and blast some holes in the curtain with your pistol. Okay, geez, I get the picture. Grabs an armload of bottles from the cart, pulls the shower curtain over his head, and staggers out the door. Manly's finest cotton candy schnapps. Bowling is good. Possessed bowling gear. Boltergast. Ashes to ashes, pins to pins. Got a bowling pin. So what exactly is that for? Ah, it's a weapon. So if I reset this, wow, you hope you never meet a live duck this big. This moose's eye is loose. I got a glass eye. Excellent. That'll do for the lady in the bed and breakfast. Head of a teddy bear. They didn't even remove the tag. Whole rack of bowling trophies. If they were billiards trophies, there'd be an easier pun to make. There's a goblin head mounted like a trophy on the wall. This would be positively barbaric, if not for the fact that the goblin seems pretty okay with it. Boo! Ha ha ha. Pretty good I am at getting you human? Oh wow, yes, very much getting me. Nice. What is happening to you? Did Mr. Gunn hunt you and cut off your head? No, Mr. Gunn, a good human man, is being very friends. Inside of wanting his bowling ball bags, my spore to growing only headroom. Mr. Gunn find me and hang me up here for to chatting with. Great guy. Wow, weird. You can tell this is fake. Because it isn't floating around the room setting stuff on fire. This is just a photograph of a fish. Mr. Gunn was apparently really liberal with his definition of trophy. Panic at the Disco got disbanded? Well, at least things have calmed down then. This ghost is dressed up as a traditional safari hunter, with the pith helmet and big white mustache, those weird khaki trousers that make it look like your butt has wings. He's inspecting Mr. Gunn's trophy collection, but doesn't seem particularly impressed. Hi, I'm Stick Guy. Oh, charmed, I'm sure. Lord Houston, Camdenton, at your service. What happened to you, if you don't mind my asking? Not at all, though it isn't a very exciting story, what? I was hunting lions on the plains of the Serengeti, and one of those blighters got the better of me. Wow, you were eaten by a lion? Sounds pretty exciting to me. Yes, well, not eaten as such. Sneaky bugger crept into camp and pushed a stack of ammunition crates over on me. Maybe I can help. Help me do what? Well, whatever's keeping you as a ghost. Though now that I say it, I guess there's not much I can do to help you get revenge on that lion. Oh, no. It isn't revenge that's keeping me here. Good for that lion, I say. Turnabout is fair play and all, eh? What? Though I do wish he'd done it in a manner that made for a better story. So why are you a ghost, then? It's because of my one true regret. I never faced the most dangerous game. I'm definitely not going to help you hunt people. What? No. The most dangerous board game. Nobody was ever willing to play against me. A bally shame, hey what? What's the game? He leads you over to a small table on which is laid out a board of alternating red and black squares with little wooden discs painted red and black as well. Checkers? Checkers jump and scatter as the ghost stabs 2 large hunting knives into the center of the board. Knife checkers. What are the rules? You know how to play checkers, yes? Do you know how to stab someone in the hand with a knife? Yes. That's all you need to know, really? Alright, I'll play. You yank one of the knives out of the board, and Lord Houston instructs you to hold it left-handed. The rules are, you may only attack your opponent's hands and only when they are over the board. Displaced checkers are played from where they land, but attacking the board directly is a foul, which awards the opponent a stab-free turn. Apparently, it appears to be primarily a game of concentration, quick movements, and feinting. What? You start out the game by attacking quickly and fiercely to establish dominance and keep your opponent from developing his pieces. The strategy is somewhat effective, but Lord Houston doesn't scare easily. He manages to feint a few pieces past your guard. You enter the mid-game more or less evenly matched. In the mid-game, you focus more on the checkers than on your knife work, maneuvering into position for some big gains in the long term. You suffer a few minor nicks and cuts, but are well positioned for the end game. Lord Houston spots a hole in your defenses. He feints left and quickly slides one of his pieces into the gap and into your trap. This moves his hand into just the position you need to attack it with a hard downward stab. He easily yanks his hand out of the way and your knife hits one of your pieces on its edge, flipping it across the board to land neatly in his back rank. King me. I say, it's a foul to attack the board. Sure, but I wasn't, was I? I attacked your hand and you dodged, that's all. You sneaky blighter. Play continues, but with a king behind Lord Houston's lines, you clean up fairly quickly. All right, lad, I concede. Marvelous play, eh, what? Well done. He gives you a smart salute, then fades away into nothingness. And just like that, we've actually dealt with a ghost. And there's a ghost playing pool. There's a spittoon here. A bright, shiny, beautiful spittoon. Gimme. Oh boy. Oh yeah, come to Papa. What are you doing? Huh? Nothing. What are you doing? Looking at someone who's kneeling next to a spittoon with the apparent intention of sticking its whole face inside it. Achievement unlocked, unrequited, and it just has a picture of the spittoon. You jam your hand into the spittoon up to the shoulder and find nothing. The brass bucket is shiny and clean, outside and in, clean as the day it was born. The museum staff must have washed it. It looks brand new. Are you crying? No, I'm fine. You're crying. Okay, well, I'll just be here whenever you're done lying on the ground in a fetal position, hugging a spittoon. I can't believe it. There's only one thing that's been constant throughout this game, and that's the spittoons. How could they do this to me? There's a trapdoor in the ceiling over here. Too bad you aren't like 11 feet tall. Hey there, how's it going? I ain't interested in chit-chat, fella, just billiards. Step up or shut up. Challenge him to a game. You pull out your cue and the ghost nods and racks the balls. He utterly trounces you. You just can't seem to make the balls go where you intended. That was as sad as a showing as I've ever seen. Let me see that cue. Yeah, that's your problem. This thing's about as straight as a banker's handshake. Oh boy, oh yeah, come to Papa. What? You're gonna need to lathe this back to true if you want a chance against me. Lathe? This door is locked, so no earthly forces can open it. Well, maybe a whole team of horses, but good luck getting them up the elevator. We'll come back to that. This woman doesn't seem to be interested in anything other than cranking that hurdy-gurdy. Disconnect the crank. You deftly disconnect the crank from the hurdy-gurdy without alerting the woman's attention, but it turns out you needn't have bothered. She continues to crank, blank-eyed, even without nothing attached. You grab the end of the crank, pull her very slowly to the gift shop, where you find a Victrola to plug her into. Gain 16 XP. She seems just as happy here as she was before. Must be nice to have a calling. This is a bassoon, and you know what they say? And what? Boo! Without the lady here to crank it, the hurdy-gurdy is neither hurting nor girding. A musty, decaying pile of old music books. Face them. Almost all the books are dry-rotted and moth-eaten and fall apart at a touch. You do find a copy of Dueling Banjos in reasonable shape, though. Cotton Atom, Dueling Banjos. Got some sheet music? Play Dueling Banjos. I can't play Dueling Banjos by myself. I don't have enough arms. Florence? Sorry, I only play the bagpipe, and not very well. If it's a bagpipe, how do you know? How about you, Susie? Even if I could play the piano, I'm pretty sure two people can't play both parts of Dueling Banjos on the same piano. In fact, I reckon it might be straight up illegal to try. You guys are no fun. This is the ghost of an orchestra conductor, unless he's a ghost of someone pretending to be an orchestra conductor. Either he's very agitated about something, or he's conducting Flight of the Bumblebee. Sorry to interrupt, but I can't actually hear the music. What are you conducting? Here's the finale of the year 1812 Solemn Overture by Tchaikovsky. Oh, the 1812 Overture. Sure, that would have been my second guess. Or is your orchestra like Double Ghost or something? What? I see. No, there's no orchestra. I merely have this piece of music irrevocably lodged in my head. It has been nagging at me incessantly ever since my death. Ask him about his death. This is just a guess, but did you die during a performance of the 1812 Overture? That is correct. Very astute of you. And the finale of that piece features real, actual cannons, right? Is that how you died? If it was my fate to be slain by a piece of music, cannons would have been far preferable to my utter farcical demise. What happened? The overture requires several cannons because it is impossible to load a single cannon quickly enough to fire as the score demands. However, the stage we were performing could not have borne the weight. What did you do? I was not informed of the difficulty until it was far too late to make any changes. It transpired that the stage manager decided it would be sufficient to give a box of bullets to the tuba player. Were you shot by a tuba? I was shot, as you say, by a tuba. No wonder you ended up as a ghost. Oh, it isn't the ridiculousness of my death that troubles me. Really. Accidents happen, as with any of the performing arts. A colleague of mine was decapitated by an errant cymbal during performance of Paganini's Violin Concerto No. 1. Such are the risks we take for our art. The problem is that the 1812 Overture's finale is a very dramatic and energetic piece. With this music constantly replaying itself in my head, I have been utterly unable to find any peace. So we clearly need to find a way to play dueling banjos, but we're short a banjo. 1812 Overture is sure something. Gotta appreciate whoever thought, let's put artillery in the symphony. Ah, jeez. Alright. I'll put the volume back where the game volume back where it was. Start talking again. Who knows what horrors it contains? Let's find out. Got a stuffed gun. This is not at all effective as a gun, but it's also not at all effective as a bludgeon. +3 mysticality, though. Could be worth it. Turn off the lamp. Wooden blocks with letters on them. What do you want to bet this is a jump scare? Terrifying. 3.5 poster bed. Little girl ghost is serving imaginary tea to her guests. The doll, while terrifying, is largely indifferent. The museum employee, on the other hand, is playing along with a rictus grin on his face. The little girl wears an annoyed and disappointed frown. Hang on. Ah, that doll. Hello there, my name's Stick. Can I join your tea party? If you want to, I guess, but it's a terrible tea party. Oh, what's wrong? Aren't you having any fun? Yeah, I couldn't handle this if it was any darker out, honestly. I don't know what I'll do if Nat falls proper and I'm still hearing Gun Manor dealing with all these jump scares. All I have is done made up tea. I want a proper tea party like Mama took me to. Tell me more about that party. We all went to a real tea room. It was so pretty. There were vases with flowers in them, and everyone was all dressed up in suits and pretty dresses, and there were white china teacups for the tea. Real tea, not imaginary. Well, that sounds nice. It was so nice, and everyone was so polite and charming and elegant. Well, until the fighting started anyway. Uh-oh, there was a fight. Well, two of the gentlemen there got into an argument. I don't know what it was about, but I guess one of them said something the other one really didn't like. And he was so insulted he threw his tea right at the first man's face. And then they took out their guns and started shooting at each other right there in the tea room. They were still really elegant, though. They had little silver and ivory pistols and kept their pinkies out the whole time. Anyway, I don't remember the rest very well, except one of them missed the other and shot me by mistake. I'm so sorry. Thanks, but it's alright. Heaven's supposed to be really nice. So I guess I don't mind so much. But I didn't get to finish my tea party, so I don't want to have another one before I go. Except I don't have any tea, and make-believe tea isn't any fun anymore. Oh my. Okay. This is not an easy decision, actually. I could use the goblet of blood right here. Or I could give her tea. Got a goblet full of blood. How about that? No, thank you. Are you sure? I have it on good authority that this is the real deal when it comes to tea parties. No, I think I would prefer some actual tea instead of a goblet full of child blood, please. I had to try, okay? Did you find some real tea? I sure did. Oh, that's wonderful, thank you. She serves the tea and the four of you, okay, well, not the doll. Sip it with your pinkies extended in a genteel fashion. Then, with a giggle and a wave, she fades away. Rest in peace, kiddo. 4 left on the first floor, 4 on the second, 3 on the third. Oh wait, I can upgrade her with the science junk. Science blast. And medicinal gas. I'm guessing that I get to keep her around once I leave here. Like, I'm guessing she gets involved, she sticks with me after we're done. Oh wait, did I already search the toy box? Okay, I did. Wow, that music is creepy. Looks like this is where the creepy music is coming from. Transcribe it. You transcribed a spooky lullaby onto this sheet music. Or rather, something used your hands to perform that operation since you don't actually know how to read music. Oh, this is the nursery. The composition of this painting is bad in every way. Teddy bear has been comprehensively and enthusiastically disemboweled. But I got a wad of stuffing. Which means I can make a silenter. Oh. Be careful, everyone. Ah! Yank the needle away from the cylinder and had the handle away. Wait, what? Okay. That was foolish of me. I don't know what I was thinking turning that off. That was the kids' room. But if I go back into the music room, I can play the lullaby. He smiled. Well, ain't that right pleasant? And he left behind his baton. Well, that was nice. Yeah, I play the harmonica a little. Got to. You can't be a rancher without knowing either harmonica or guitar. It's a union thing. Oh, sure. I ain't very good, though. I just barely squeaked the exam. So I think I've cleared the kids' rooms. Worth a knock. Knock, knock. Yes, who is it? Miss Gunn. I'm Stick Guy. Are you with the ghost extermination people? Yes, ma'am. Florence Cunningham Ghost Annihilation Services. Stick is my assistant. I'm your what? Who's the county licensed ghost hunter here, me or you? Okay, fine. I guess. Have you been able to exterminate all of the ghosts? I still feel haunted. 10 of them left, according to the scanner. We're still working on it, ma'am. Don't worry, you can count on us. Okay. I got a few things I can work with. Let's see. If we go into the gallery, I've got a book to return. I found a book. Thought you might want it back. Thank you. Put it back on the shelf if you would. The number on the spine will lead you to its proper location. You have fun books. You have 2 books you can put back. Fun Law and Dueling Banjos. They go on different shelves so you can't do both at once. What about Fun Law? You find the shelf where Fun Law belongs and put it back. The next book on the shelf is entitled Gun Law, which might be even more entertaining. Definitely give this a shot. You find the shelf where Dueling Banjos belongs and put it back. The previous book on the shelf is entitled Duel Law, which seems to be about the legal issues surrounding dueling. Never know when that might come in handy. Sorry, I just wanted to come out here to read so that y'all could hear me more easily. You learn all about the laws pertaining to dueling. It turns out when 2 guys want to murder each other in a fair and reasonable manner, things get legally tricky. Oh, and that gives me a buff to pistol attack damage. Perk Dual Law. When you take the book to the library, return it to its shelf and walk back to where you were previously. Expect I'll do the same with gun law. This book is an overview of laws regarding guns, which even at this point in history already don't make any sense. You'll learn basically everything there is to know about gun law. Now you can be the prosecuting attorney and defense counsel in addition to judge, jury, and executioner. More pistol attack damage. Who knows, I might eventually get enough to cancel out all of my penalties from learning so much necromancy. After that, you take the book to the library, return it to its shelf, and walk back to where you were previously. Time to dispense some justice. And now, if we go to the gallery, what's your problem anyway? It's legal stuff you'd never understand. In fact, I think you'll find I'm quite conversant in the finer points of our justice system, particularly as it pertains to guns and gun-related activity. Horseradish, you're all trousers and no briefs. Oh yeah? Well, just try me, smart lady. Fine. Obviously you aren't going to leave me alone, so just ask your questions. I'm Stick Guy speaking for the record. State your name, occupation, and cause of death. Felicity Wainwright, defense attorney, lost a court-approved trial by combat. Wait, what? Trial by combat has been outlawed for like 15 years. You do understand that ghosts don't visually age as time passes, right? Oh, right. So your client called for a trial by combat, which meant you and the prosecutor had to face off in a duel? That's correct. And you lost? Are you acting dumb to try and throw me off guard? I withdraw the question. Why are you stuck as a ghost? Because although trial by combat was already well out of fashion at the time, it was still a valid legal recourse. I should have been prepared for the possibility, but I wasn't. My lack of training resulted in an innocent man being executed for murder. Oh, how's he executed? Hanging, I assume. Obviously, I wasn't around to see it. So to release you, I'd need to prove that the loss wasn't your fault? The trial duel was completely fair and above board. There is no chance of there having been foul play on the prosecutor's part. My loss was my own. Then I'd have to prove your client was actually guilty and therefore your feelings of responsibility are misplaced. Look, she gives you as hard and cold. Look, you think you know a thing or two about law? How about you tell me the first rule about being a defense attorney? Don't make fun of the judge's beard. Don't refer to his gavel as a weird little hammer. Don't accidentally call him Mom. Don't accidentally call him Mom. You have to trust and believe your client. If you don't believe your client is innocent, you'll never convince anyone else he is either. So if I wanted to convince you he was guilty, you'll have an uphill fight, fella. You're essentially playing the prosecutor here. Alright, tell me about the case. Looks like we're playing Ace Attorney, folks. Ace Attorney stream came sooner than I expected. My defendant was Matthew Guilty McCready, accused of murder of Victor Vic Timson at noon on July 18th, 1878 in Reno. I have some questions. Go ahead. Your client was actually named Guilty? Come on. Names don't mean anything. I once had a client named the... I'll eat a guy. Yeah, Ike. I once had a client named Ike I'll eat a guy, and he was totally innocent. Someone's actually legal name, sure, but nicknames are usually given with some sort of basis. You never met a really tall guy called Tiny or a fat guy called Slim? Hang on. Sorry. Arguably, the nickname guilty would reinforce my client's innocence. That's totally absurd, but I'll let it rest for now. Let me ask something else. What was the cause of death? Timsbury was shot through the heart with a .45 caliber revolver. And did McCready own such a gun? Yes, he was holding that at the time, and subsequent examination showed that it had been recently fired. You messing with me? Any further questions? Yeah, I do have some more questions. This was at noon precisely? Yes, that was confirmed by witnesses. Also, McCready owned a fancy pocket watch that chimed on the hours. There were witnesses? About a half a dozen of them. I'm pretty sure there's something you aren't telling me. I'm not obligated to play my hand face up, Mr. Prosecutor. Okay then. Hang on a second. Shot with a pistol in front of witnesses at exactly noon. Was this a duel? So you can add 2 plus 2 after all. Well done. As luck would have it, I've just recently read a whole book about duel law. What? Why? No reason. Just happened across it in the library. Thought it might be interesting. You read an entire code of law you found at random just for the heck of it? Yep. Let me just do a quick review. A duel is legal provided it's between exactly 2 people at a specific prearranged time and place using the same or at least essentially similar weapons. And they have to either face each other down and quick draw at the appointed moment or do the 10 paces turn and fire routine. Is that right? That's the gist of it, yes. So I guess let's start with you telling me the facts of the case, and I'll interrupt you rudely if I have any questions. Alright, but if you push me on trivial nonsense, I'll get mad and you'll have to start over. We really are playing... Oh, it was I killed a guy. I thought it was I'll eat a guy. Like, I'll eat a guy. I thought they were convicted of cannibalism. That makes more sense, though. But yeah, we really are playing Ace Attorney here. McCready and Timsbury got into an argument in a saloon on the evening of June 17th. Apparently, Timsbury had already accused McCready of cheating at poker. Does that hold? June 1878. 18th. Go on. Bartender yelled at them to take it outside, but since it was dark, they agreed to meet for the duel the next day. And that would be the 18th, he said. Yes, June 18th, 1878. Okay, go on. Well, the next day, they both shouldered up shortly before noon and squared off about 30 feet from each other. When noon struck, McCready fired, fast enough that Timsbury didn't get his shot off on account of having his head shot off. That's pretty much the long and short of it. I'm gonna have to ask for some more details on that. What weapons were they using? McCready had a .45 caliber single-action army revolver. Timsbury had an older model, .36 caliber cap and ball Navy revolver, which he loaded with paper cartridges instead of packing the gunpowder by hand. Those are significantly different weapons. You kidding me? They're both pistols. Modern cartridge revolver versus an antique cap and ball loader? Ridiculous. That antique was popular in 1873 and was considered one of the most reliable and popular 6-shooters in the territories. Furthermore, the restriction against different weapons in a duel is about pistols versus rifles, or the proverbial knife in a gunfight. Or, as a more recent example, a nitwit trying to argue lie against a professional attorney. Okay, I gotta start over. We can do this. Go on. More details. Fired exactly at noon. Yes, as soon as the church bells started ringing. He also mentioned McCready's pocket watch. Yes, he had a fancy pocket watch that chimed on the hour. Is that important for some reason? Let me ask something else. You said there were witnesses? About a half dozen of them, watching from across the street or peeking through half-open shutters. Were they interviewed? Yes, and their stories lined up with what I just told you. Were any of them known associates of McCready? I'm not aware of any of them being actual friends with McCready, but he was a local and a lot of people knew him. She gives you a suspicious look. Wait a minute, just where are you going with... Objection! Any one of those people could have interceded on McCready's behalf. What? And done what exactly? They could have shot Timsfield with a more accurate weapon like a rifle. Then there would have been 2 gunshots or just one. Or are you suggesting that they shot him with a poison blow dart gun? Was he tested for poison? There was another option in that. Fired exactly at noon. So McCready fired as soon as the church bells struck noon? Yes, that is what I just said. Have you got a point to make, or are you just stalling for time to think? Another question. What weapons were they using? I'm just clearing out the stuff that I can't use. Huh. I don't know exactly how to get that guy out of here. Anyway, it doesn't seem like we can clear that quite yet. There's nothing to do in the restroom. But in the guest rooms, we can give this lady a new eye. How kind. Thank you very much. She takes the eye from you and puts it in, whereupon it falls through her and onto the floor. She tuts and picks it up. Oh dear, it's a little too physical. Yeah, I wasn't certain this would work. Don't worry, it's easily fixed. Do you have a hammer I can borrow? A hammer? Yes. That'll do nicely, thank you. She takes the hammer and places the glass eye on her desk and smashes it with a precise crack. Ah, perfect. She gives you back the hammer and plucks the ghost of the glass eye from the shattered fragments. After blowing the dust off it, she tucks it into her eye socket. That fits much better. Does it work? Well, now you mention it, no, I can't actually see with it. It is the ghost of a glass eye, after all. Oh dear, this won't do at all. What a shame. You know, I don't really understand why your eye is still missing. What do you mean? I always assumed that when someone loses an arm or something, it just sticks around as an arm ghost. That's why people say you can feel it itching sometimes. Because you've still got an arm there, but it's a ghost. It's even called phantom limb syndrome. So logically, if the rest of you becomes a ghost after that, it would hook right back up. But then, where did my eye go? Maybe it got pushed back inside your head? The ghost thinks about this for a second, then shakes her head. No, that seems... Wait, what? I do think I felt something just then. She shakes her head again. My goodness gracious. Keep going. It's like one of those puzzles where you try to get the marble in the hole. She bends her head forward and continues shaking it. You can almost hear a faint rattling sound, then a plop. She straightens back up, blinking with 2 eyes. You did it. Well, I'll be. Thank you so much, dear. I never would have thought of that. No problem. Have a nice time in heaven or wherever. Okay. There are a couple of things we can still do. We can go down to the basement and build a silenter. First floor. I don't think I can do anything new in the kitchen. I don't have the chili for the ghost in the dining room. Yeah, silenter seems like the only option here. Maybe a tin can would work? Huh. Oh, you know what? There is one thing I never checked. I've been trying to pay attention to... Oh, wait. You're still not sure why you decided to paint that. I have a thought. If I go back up to the 3rd floor, slip on into the kids' room. Oh, I never spoke to this guy. I thought that would never be over. Look at me, I'm shaking like a leaf. Kind of a freaky situation, right? Having to deal with those little kids freaks me out bad enough. Having to interact with the ghost of one was horrifying. Anyway, thanks for the rescue. I need to get back to work. What do you do here? I run the candy counter in the visitor center. I really thought I would be able to grab something from that table now. There is one more possibility. I did get a book on parlor games. Might be a chance. Oh wait, I need to lathe that pool stick back into shape. That's what I needed in order to win this. Oh, you gotta head out, Albert? Well, thanks for sticking around while you could. Appreciate you, and I hope to see you next time. Well, I think let's head back to the 1st floor. Go visit the gift shop. We've added a few people there now. Might be able to find something of use. Candy and souvenirs. Candy counter is open. Gunpowder flavored candy stick. Steel flavored candy stick. Fire flavored candy stick. Sorry, my phone was buzzing at me. Sign on display reads personalized shot glasses, 600 meat. Guy picks up a bottle stashed behind the display and fills a shot glass labeled Herb. Is that your name, Herb? Guy squints at the shot glass. Sure. He knocks back the shot and tosses the glass over his shoulder before picking up another one. Now it's Percy. You give the guy 600 meat and fish around the display until you find one with your name on it. Personalized gun manner shot glass. Okay, so now when I drink, I gain XP. Huh. Ain't the easiest thing to work out, I suppose. Wait! Oh, hold up. I just figured it out. Second floor. Library. Poach. You look up poach in the dictionary. Poach, to slow cook something by immersion in water, to shoot an animal belonging to the king. See, you told that ghost in the kitchen there were two meanings. You tear out the page so you can prove it to him. Leave the dictionary. You gain. Think you can teach me Granny to poach eggs by daggum? You don't poach eggs by shooting them. Read 'em and weep, you weird old coot. What in tarnation? Poach, a method of preparing food, especially eggs, by simmering them in boiling liquid? I'll be a daggum. He dissipates into the ether, still muttering to himself. So there. The little placard on the stove says chili stove. How very specific. You need a bowl of chili to give that ghost in the dining room. And this stove seems relevant to that need. Unfortunately, ever since your conversation with him, you're not even sure you know what chili is anymore. Maybe you should do some research. Lard, larder, lardest. Beautiful pan. Hold up. Pants on a rack. This ghost is running around like crazy, or hovering around like crazy, searching the rack of pants, or trousers if you prefer, but we say pants here in the Western Territories. Seems too preoccupied to take any notice of you. Anticipate his movements and cut him off. Hi! Ah, jeez, buddy, you nearly scared the death out of me. Sorry, I was just wondering what you're doing. Well, I'd have thought it'd be obvious. I'm looking for a pair of pants. But you don't have any legs. Yeah, I know. So what do you want pants for? Nostalgia? I see. What kind of pants are you looking for? The kind without legs. Legless pants? Well, I can't wear regular pants, you know. The pants would just flop around and it'd be done. How'd you lose your legs anyway? Oh, jeez, it's real embarrassing. I don't mind. Well, see, I didn't have a proper holster for my gun, so I was just carrying it tucked into my belt. Oh, the trigger snagged when you went to draw it, huh? Right, it gets worse though. I was wearing one of those gun belts with a slot all around for you to stick bullets in, you know? Oh man. Yeah, the chain reaction blew off the entire lower half of me. Wow, so that's how you died? Yes, that is how I died. Keep an eye out for some legless pants for you. It's a pair in my size. Fancy pantry pants. Buff to item finding and cold resistance. And what about in the larder? 8 ghosts left. Food on this shelf is all decorative. The shelf is all fancy French stuff you're afraid to eat, but here's some caviar. Always been curious about that stuff. Tinned caviar, buff to meat drops for the rest of the day. Every shape, size, and food you don't like. Wait a second. Eureka! These cans of string beer are exactly 1.2337 in diameter. They must have packed the beans lengthwise. Oh, weird. What you thought was a framed photograph is actually a window. Why does the larder have a window? And why is the framed Why is this ghost standing motionless in front of it as if he were a framed photograph? Excuse me? Hello? Ghost just ignores you. Grab him by the shoulders and shake him. You grab the ghost somehow and shake him until he rattles. Please cease this activity at once. Please cease this activity at once. Sorry, I got a little carried away. Now that I have your attention, how about telling me who you are? Ah, you do not recognize me? Jean Lefrancois l'Ardeste? Nope. Zut, I knew simply mimicking the photograph would not be sufficient. Without it, how would anyone know I am the most famous Frenchman to ever visit Gunmana? Have a lot of Frenchmen visited? Besides having the distinction of being the most famous Frenchman to visit Gunmana, I am also the first Frenchman to visit Gunmana and the last as well. How'd you die? I was posing for a photograph to commemorate my visit here, and that fool of a photographer fouled up when preparing the gunpowder flash. Fouled up how? He left a bullet in it. I see. I must have this photograph. Such a face as mine must not languish in obscurity. Alright, I'll let you know if I see it. I'm actually guessing I already know where that is. We gotta head down to the cellar because there are a few things we can make use of down there now. Wish the elevator went all the way to the cellar. Okay. Silenter. Make a silenter. You drill a hole in each end of the can and carefully remove the beans. Then you soak the stuffing in a vat of acoustic dampening chemicals and carefully jam it into the can. You got a silenter. That'll deal with the librarian. Oh, I gotta remember to look in the box with the various, Oh, dang it, I really thought I could collect some of that water in the pan that I got. Well, anyway. I gotta check in the box of photographs. Got a photo of Lardest. Well, this one will be easy enough. I found an old photo that actually looks like you. Here. Marvelous. What a resemblance. Yeah, it's a pretty decent pic. Good thing life travels faster than bullets. Now my image will not be lost to the ravages of time. Merci beaucoup, my friend. Auf Wiedersehen. Okay. We're gonna go back up to the library and look up chili. Maybe I can do some research. A savory soup made of beans, spices, and a gun. Alright, here's your sign. Yes. Yes, what can I do for you this time? Hey, look, shh, how many times do I have to tell you? I invented this thing that makes guns really quiet. Oh, how marvelous. Finally I can rest in peace, knowing that libraries will now be safe from the noise of gunfire. It's only in an atmosphere of true quiet that true joy dare live. Bertrand Russell. that, she dissipates into nothingness. He isn't famous yet. I can speak normal in here. I did some research on Chile. Maybe now it'll give me access. First floor. You need a bowl of according to Chile, you need some spices, some beans, and a gun. Oh wait, except you're trying to make chili without a gun in it, so you have to remember to skip the gun part. Okay, keep it together. Stick, spices. Yeah, you got that under control. You grab a chili pot and put it on a burner. Throw in the spices. You shake a heaping of chili spices into the pot. The next step is beans. Beans are your specialty. Conjure some pintos. Mixture of spices and beans is bubbling merrily. Now for the final ingredient, a gun. I could toss in the befouled pistol. No gun. You restrain yourself from adding a gun, step back, and admire the handiwork. It's not according to Hoy Chili because it's not according to Hoyle Chili because it doesn't have a gun in it, but it is chili with no gun in it, which is the thing you were after. I was a little bit tempted to toss a toy gun in there, because I have one of those and I figured it would satisfy the requirement. I'm back and I got a bowl of 100% gun-free chili right here. Oh my gosh, thank you so... Oh. Is something wrong? Well, see, I can only eat ghost food. How do I... Do you need me to murder this chili for you? Not to put too fine a point on it, but yes. Alright, guess I'll try and find a humane way to do that. How exactly does one murder chili? Truth be told, I am a little confused. Wait a second, look at that portrait. Its eyes are following me. How would I go about murdering something in this house? I think I'm gonna go try and revisit the lab, see if I can do anything there. Six ghosts left, 2 on each floor. Oh, you know what? I have at least one idea. What if... Let's see, if I head back to the 3rd floor... Isn't Mr. Gun's room? Dang it, I was hoping I could make legless pants by getting the pants drunk. Trapdoor on the ceiling there, but I'm not tall enough to reach it, and I don't have a ladder. And I don't think it'll let me take the step ladder from that one room. There's a plaid skirt in here. That's sorta like legless pants. Alright. Got a pair of legless pants. Can't wear the plaid skirt myself. Shame. It's kinda rude if we're honest here. Wait, I can take the chalk. Should really make sure that never happens to anybody again. Take the chalk. You got a big stick of blue chalk, handy if you want to trick somebody into thinking that a sidewalk is the sky. Okay, I got another wad of stuffing. Okay. You look up murder in the dictionary. A barrel beside a rubber chemical. Huh. can't search the desk. There's the lathe. Balanced billiards cue. Okay, one thing at a time. As long as we keep doing what we can, eventually we'll do everything. You chalk up your cue and the ghost racks the balls. It's a close match. You have to consult that geometry book a few times to work out all the angles. The game comes down to a fight for the 8-ball and you barely manage to squeak out the win when the ghost catches an unlucky bounce off the corner of a pocket. Well, shucks. Nice shooting, Tex. He flips you a finger gun salute, winks, and fades into nothingness. I want to point out here, I'm pretty sure that for that to work, I needed not just the cue, but the chalk and the geometry book. We got a 5-ball. This billiard ball is covered in a kind of orange paint so flammable that it's never not on fire. Oh my. I mean, yes, the extra damage would be nice, but honestly, I don't think that's the right option. See, I've got a cigar, but oh wait, puff? You light the cigar and take a single puff. Turns out a single puff is enough to make you stink for the rest of the day. Out of stench resistance. Okay, and I can take that one to the pants. So that's 2 more ghosts that I can deal with, but that still leaves 4 that I'm not sure how to deal with. Oh, it's the pantry. Still can't find any legless pants if you come across any. How about this skirt? Look, I understand that genderization of clothes maybe shouldn't be a thing, but I'm kinda old-fashioned. Did I say skirt? I meant kilt. What's a kilt? It's a special kind of foreign legless pants for men. The ghost tries on the kilt. Oh, good night, Emmy. Yes, we just had a kilt in here. Yeah, perfect timing for the local Scott. It's real nice, thanks a lot. While with his pants problem solved, he dissipates into the ether. Oh, turn off another lamp. I can't believe I missed one. Question is, how do I murder Chili? I don't even know what silencing my pistol does. Oh, wait, I never examined this. In fact, there are probably a couple of things in here that I haven't examined. I can just eat a random flower. Got a bottle of ghost beer. Anyway, I can examine this firecracker. Do you know that firecrackers are just tiny sticks of dynamite, and this is just an even tinier one? And that a pumpkin is technically a berry? Wait a second. I've been thinking I should do that, I just never examined this. What if you stuck this into one of those cigars you found? Yeah, what if that? Wait a second. You poke a hole in the tip of the cigar and insert the dynamite. You got an exploding cigar. Now I can go up to the second floor, visit guest rooms, and finally get that man his exploding cigar. I think this is what you're looking for. That's an exploding cigar? Yep, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, but not this time. What did you use for the explosive? Found a really small firecracker. Just big enough to blow up the cigar without also blowing up someone's face. And without the, violent lead projectile. You're a genius. Please let me see it in action so I can finally rest. Light it up. And just like that, we've dealt with another ghost. 3 ghosts left on the premises, 1 on each floor. So let's see, we got the lady in the gallery. We have... What do we have left up here? That goblin head startles me every time I walk close to it. Bowling ball hat. Bowling ball chunk. Wait, did I never look at this? Yeah, well, there might be a portal to a magical fantasy realm or something. I mean, you never know. You don't find any magical portals, but you do find a diary. You flip through it, and there's nothing particular of interest except an entry about how the author was excited to leave for sleepaway camp the next day with her sisters, and how she was grateful to someone called Uncle Chet for getting the tickets, since it was gloomy around the manor ever since her father went missing. That's the last entry. So hang on. There's no ghost in the kids' room. I know I took care of the ghost in the music room. I can't access Mrs. Gunn's room. No ghost in the bowling room. Wait. Can I interact with the duck now? Nope. I think Mrs. Gunn is the last ghost up here. I'm pretty sure she said there's still one up here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's a ghost as well. Second floor. We've cleared the library. I know where the ghost is here. She's the lady who wants to play Ace Attorney. Ah, jeez. Then there's the dining room. So I need to murder the chili somehow. The only thing I can think of left that needs doing apart from actually reckoning with those last pair of ghosts, with those last couple of ghosts, is it's a sofa with some nice throw pillows on it, and we can smother the chili with a pillow. You sigh and do what has to be done. You ganaron chili sin los pistoles. Muerto. One of the pillows now smells like chili. Okay. Because there are only two other things that I can think of, one of which is finding a ladder to get to the trapdoor in the ceiling in that one room. Ghosts pretend cram his face with invisible food. It's weird what people will do for the sake of politeness. Okay, I've euthanized your chili. Here you go. You hand the ghost the ghostly bowl of chili, and he immediately gobbles it up. With a long, satisfied sigh, he dissipates. Thank you so much for dealing with that ghost. I'm exhausted. What were you even doing? He kept demanding ghost food, but I don't really know how to cook except like nachos and popcorn. And just the regular kind, not ghost nachos and popcorn. But he was really insistent, so I figured ghost food is probably invisible, right? So I just pretended and gave him empty dishes. Guess it worked, even though that really doesn't make any sense. Anyway, thanks again. I work at the snack bar in the visitor center, so I'll see you around there. Okay, if I talk to the snack counter guy, deep fried holster, gunpowder turkey leg, gun-shaped cookie. You know what? This has been going for a minute. We're actually gonna just chill out here in the gift shop for a mo while I go and hit the restroom. Be right back. Okay. We're gonna go ahead. Try and figure out. Oh, it's a list of statistics about the gallery. I've never read this. T's 8, Ats 9, Tats 3, Stats 7, States 45, Statues 3, Statutes 69,105. Hey Steve, welcome to the stream. Sorry, just dropped something. Yeah, the walking in this game, because I got the crazy walking perk, does a bit. Like I said, there were only 3 statues in here. You peer closely at the statues until you find the one that you're pretty sure is just a guy covered in flour. Hey buddy, what are you doing? Look, I'm 95% certain you're a real person, not a statue. What are you up to? I'm a statue. Go away. Okay, now I'm 99% sure. Go away. What's your name? Paul, go away. Hi, Paul. I'm Stick. What are you doing? I'm pretending to be a statue so the ghost won't get me. Go away, you'll blow my cover. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Let's try this again. Between exactly 2 people, prearranged time and place, using the same or essentially similar weapons. They have to either face each other down and quick draw at the appointed moment, or do the 10 paces turn and fire routine. Okay, so if I push on some of these others, that might do it. Name of the saloon? 2-headed horse. Weird. Did they have one? No, I think the proprietor was going for a sort of double entendre, but doesn't really work. Huh. No, it really doesn't. 2-headed spider, maybe, but... Anyway, do you have other questions, or can we go on with this? Day of the week? Monday, June 17th, 1878. Makes sense, everyone's always a bit grumpy on a Monday. Should make the weekend Sunday Monday and then you could spend Monday relaxing instead of having to go to work. But then, whatever. You have any other questions? Tell me more about the argument. Isn't much to tell. The other players in the game had already folded their hands in that round, so they weren't paying very close attention. All we know is that Timsbury suddenly accused McCready of being a dirty, cheating varmint, and McCready said Timsbury was just a sore loser because he'd been losing all night. Did McCready have a history of cheating? He'd been accused once or twice before, but Reno's a gambling town, and he hung out in the rough part of it. Getting accused of cheating by a sore loser when you're on a lucky streak is par for the course. Actually, never mind. I'm pretty sure if I call out the history of cheating, this will wrap up. So, we're going to try and keep going. Bartender yelled at them to take it outside, but since it was dark out, they agreed to meet for a duel the next day. Why didn't they just not fight? What? Well, a fight breaks out in the heat of the moment, that's one thing. But they cool off enough to schedule a meeting for the next day? Still go through with it? A card game is a heck of a thing to get killed over. It's an honor thing, I suppose. That, and they were each confident that they wouldn't be the one getting killed. Yes, it's dumb, but it's also extremely immaterial. Toxic definitions of masculinity and the general lawlessness of the frontier are not what's on trial here. Why didn't they just fight right then? Because it was dark. You can't have a gunfight in the dark. No, I get that, but they could have just had a regular old fist fight. They were mad enough to shoot each other to death but not punch each other? Well, without getting too psychoanalytical, these guys were gunfighters. I mean, they counted that as a significant part of their identity. Fighting without guns was not just outside their wheelhouse, they considered it a waste of their time and talents. Like asking a fancy French chef to make you a grilled cheese sandwich. Did they set a specific time for the duel? Yes, high noon. Figures. Why is it always high noon? Tradition, I suppose. And the sun hits at its highest in the sky. Everything's brightly lit and there aren't many shadows, so that's good for gunfight. Plus, you can have your duel on your lunch break. Well, what happened next? Well, the next day, they both showed up shortly before noon and squared off about 30 feet from each other. When noon struck, McCready fired, fast enough that Timsbury didn't get his shot off, on account of having his head shot off. More details. What weapons were they using? Let me ask you something else. Fired exactly at noon. Yes, as soon as the church bells started ringing. You know what? Objection. What the heck? McCready fired at the wrong time. What are you talking about? He fired exactly at noon with the church bells. They're witnesses. That's right, he fired at clock noon. But the duel was set for high noon. They aren't the same thing. High noon is just when the sun is at its highest point in the sky. Depending on geography and time of year, it can be hours different from clock noon. McCready fired early, and that makes the duel illegal. So what do you say to that, counselor? You're playing Mass Effect right now? How's that going? Felicity gives you a slow smile. I gotta hand it to you, prosecutor guy. You're a lot better at this than I was giving you credit for. That's a good thought you had there. There's just one problem with it. I already thought it. Take that! She hurls a small book at you, which you just barely managed to catch. He got the 1878 Nautical Almanac. What the heck is this? I did my homework when I was preparing for that trial, my legal homework, since at the time I was expecting there to be an actual trial, not a gunfight. And what you're holding there is a nautical almanac for the year 1878. There are bookmarks if you'd like to do the math yourself, but if you look up solar noon, aka high noon, for June 18th and make the adjustment for Reno's longitude, what do you think you get? You've got to be kidding me. That's right, Mr. Prosecutor, 12 o'clock noon, precisely. No! Nice try, though. I mean that sincerely. That's all my ammo. Can't think of any other way to disprove McCready's innocence. As far as I can see, it was a fair duel. Yes, and that's me with the guilt of an innocent man's death on my hands. An innocent man's death. You sure are good at repeating things people say. What if he didn't die? Say what now? But you didn't actually see the execution, right? Yes, well, I was indisposed, as you might say, being dead and all. So you don't actually know whether or not it happened. Oh, come on. Look, I appreciate the effort, but you're barking at the moon. Let me ask you something. What can you tell me about McCready? He was a gunfighter, rough and through and through. And by that I mean he was an adrenaline addict, and dueling was his needle of choice. Heck, if you told me you had evidence that he cheated at poker with the specific intent of baiting people into challenging him to duels, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. He was a sly one. To make him sound like a real devil, that's not fair. He was smart and charming and could have been a good man if he'd chosen an entirely different life for himself. Well, as I recall, he had a real good head for numbers. He told me that he never forgot a date, and every man he ever killed, He'd remember to pour a beer on their grave on their birthday. A nicer present would have been not having killed them in the first place, of course. Why did he have the trial by combat? Assuming he was innocent, why would MacReady invoke a trial by combat? His case was pretty straightforward. A duel only worsened his odds. Oh, you just got traumatized by a surprise horror mission. This has been scary. I'll show you in a minute, but there have been a lot of jump scares in this portion of the game. I was mighty surprised, let me tell you. Only thing I can figure is that it was his full sense of gunfighter's pride or something. Like that was the only form of justice he was willing to submit himself to. Was the trial right after the duel, the 19th? No, I don't know what Reno's like now, but it didn't have a proper courthouse then. You can't try a murder charge in the sheriff's front parlor. MacReady sat in jail for a couple of weeks, and then they transported him to Frisco. What with one thing and another, the trial didn't start until July 25th. Jeez, so much for a speedy trial. The wheels grind slow. When was the execution? Well, we held the trial by combat on the 26th, and that was a Friday. They don't execute prisoners on the weekend, so presumably it would have been the following Monday, the 29th. In the morning? What, with setting up the gallows and letting the crowd gather, they usually happen in the afternoon, around 3 typically. So I got that book. This book is almost entirely tables and numbers, labeling things like logarithm of the radius vector of the Earth. You could look up any date in the year 1878, as though it gives. Though who knows if you'll be able to figure out anything from what it gives you. Okay. June 18th. Hang on. July. What was it? The 28th? Hang on. I need to talk to you again. When was the execution? The 29th. July 29th. That was when MacReady was going to be executed. Let's see. Wow, wait a minute. According to this, there was a total eclipse of the sun that day, centered right over the Western Territories, with its totality at 2:47 p.m. I wonder if that's useful. I looked up July 29th in your almanac, and get this. There was a total eclipse of the sun that day. What? Now you're just messing with me. No, look. Totality at 2:47, right over the Western Territories. Well, that's quite a thing, but I don't see how that affects... Wait, unless you're suggesting... Right, it was the perfect opportunity for MacReady to escape. That's absurd. Absurd like a fox. You said yourself that MacReady was really good at remembering dates. He could have read about the eclipse at any time and stored the knowledge away for future use, like to give himself an advantage in a duel or something. Alright, that's reasonable as far as it goes, but MacReady couldn't have worked the eclipse into an escape plan because he didn't have any say over the court schedule. You said, what with one thing and another, the trial didn't start until July 25th. MacReady could have caused any number of those delays by himself, faking an illness in prison or messing up with the horses on the ride to Frisco or anything. This could also explain the trial by combat. You mean there ended up being too much delay, so if a regular trial went on too long and he was found guilty, he'd have missed the eclipse? Exactly. Whereas if you called for a trial by combat, the day would be resolved one way or another in only one more day. Maybe you'd win, and that'd be fun, but if you lost, you could use this escape plan. I have to admit, this is pretty compelling. But it's all maybes and what ifs. Yeah, maybe it happened, but maybe MacReady was rescued by leprechauns. Oh man, are there leprechauns in Frisco? You need some kind of hard evidence before this is any more than a fun story, is what I mean. Let me ask you something else. How can I find evidence of MacReady's escape? Well, we don't know that an escape even happened. True. Something like that would have been in the news for certain. Okay, I think there is a box of newspapers somewhere, if I remember right. It's not in the library. It's not in the restroom. Could be in the guest rooms. I think it might be in Mr. Gunn's rooms. Oh, that's the bowling alley. There's a trapdoor in the ceiling over there. I'd really like to get through that trapdoor. Huh. Music room. Doesn't seem to be. Surely not in the kids' rooms. But you will get to enjoy this bop. Sorry, I was just turning this music back down after that. I'll check the restroom just to be safe. No. Okay. First floor. Is it in the kitchen? No, it ain't in the larder nor the pantry. Okay, I got that turned off. Ain't in the freezer. I don't think it's in the dining room. Oh, would you look at that, by the way? Look at that, Steve. Ain't that scary there in the background? Look at that. Horrifying. Okay, doesn't look like there's anything in here. Parlor? Parlor makes sense. Old photos, cleaning supplies. Doesn't look like we got any newspapers in here. Maybe the newspapers were in that other room where they store the coaches. That's the lathe. Already used that. Could have swore there were newspapers somewhere about. Now I'm just confused. Only one other thing I can think to do. Can I put away that nautical book? You find a few bundles of old newspapers at the bottom of one shelf, the Frisco Newsinator. You start at the bottom of the stack and flip through them until you find the paper for the week of July 28th through August 3rd, 1878. The main feature has to do with the eclipse and various accidents and spectacles that occurred because most people weren't expecting it. The editor apologized for burying the announcement in the previous week's edition weather forecast. Most notably, all 3 men scheduled to be hanged on the 29th escaped in the confusion, and only 2 of them were recaptured. Unfortunately, their names aren't given. You don't find anything else relevant to the case. However, as you're putting the papers back in order on the shelf, a headline on a more recent issue catches your eye. Husband of famous inventor missing. The article is light on information, but apparently Mrs. Gunn's husband Dan vanished on the road while traveling to Dirtwater on business about 6 weeks ago. Law enforcement suspected bandits, but no hard evidence was found. That's kinda grim. Okay, let's take what we have back and see what that does for us. Found a newspaper article. Guys scheduled to be executed on the day of the eclipse escaped, and one of them was never caught. Which one? Well, didn't say, did it? Nope. And executed criminals aren't given gravestones with their names on them, so you can't just go look around Frisco Cemetery to find out. Listen, Stick, I really appreciate what you're trying to do at this point, but you'd actually have to find McCready himself to prove he wasn't executed due to my failure. I'll do that then. Huh. So hang on. Dave C, Dave J. What's his name, Dave? I can't even remember. People who were executed don't have graves. But what if, because he was never executed, he has a grave? Took care of the cultists. Got a worry stone. Oh, I got a handful of nails. At least I might be able to make use of those. Well, it was worth a look, but I don't think I'm barking up the right tree. At least with some nails. Oh no. I think it's happening again. Oh! Achievement unlocked, quaking in your boots. I've been spooked every time Gun Manor has to spook me. You know, while this has slowed down a bit, it is worth mentioning that I did some more prep work for the fighting type only Nuzlocke in Pokemon Platinum. Got things set up so now I can save a lot of time that would have gone to we'll be able to save a lot of time that would have gone to hunting for a Heracross when we do that run. That should be pretty fun there. thing I can think of is what if I go check the library again, since stuff just seems to magically be there. What was his name again? Any idea where I should start looking for McCready? Your guess is as good as mine. I have to imagine he got as far the heck away from Frisco as he could, though. If he's the one that escaped. There's a part of me that thinks I may just have to go further in the game. Huh. You know what? I think I'm gonna roll with that assumption, and we're gonna head out of here. After all that, I think it's high time to get some good sleep. You go to sleep. You dream that you're singing old songs about death in a spooky old house. Weirdly, you get married to a skull. You wake up drenched in sweat. You wake up refreshed and restored, and hungry and sober. We're actually gonna go to sleep 2 more times. You dream that you're playing baseball with a shadowy figure while fleeing from a statue of a ventriloquist dummy. Weirdly, you slip sideways into a gun. So this is day 4. You dream that you're trying on new hats while fleeing from a left-handed hammer. After that, you eat an entire left-handed hammer. You wake up drenched in sweat. Okay, with 3 days past, I should now be able to go to Lazy A Dude Ranch and pick up some cow's bane. Yeah, he's probably dehydrated. Truth be told, the biggest issue is the fact that I lost all my temporary buffs to my stats. I can go ahead and eat some things and, I can go ahead and eat some things, drink some things and stuff, but I'll probably hold off until I've had at least one fight. Got any cow's bane for me yet? Sure do, man. Bailed it up for you and everything. Great, thanks. Yeah, I had to provide these folks with silvered barbed wire. Next thing I want to check is if I go ahead and visit Ghostwood, will I be able to find... Oh. Can't haul it up one way or the other. But yeah, here in Ghostwood, I should be able to get a hold of my logging permit. That Breadwood logging permit ready yet? Let me look. Ah, yes, here it is. There you are. Northeast North Central logging permit. I don't have to sign anything to collect it? Nope. Are you sure? No, sir, that's it. Holy crap. I should mention that dealing with that particular side quest was most of last time's gameplay. What's in the curious abandoned well? Snake spleen, snake liver, electric snake skin. Oh, it's this. I remember this. Don't think there's anything I can do from there. Alright. Let's mosey on over to Breadwood. I got the logging permit. That is definitely going to improve the situation around here. Thank you. I just hope to never see another form again. I think I could actually request the lumber, but I kind of want to do all of these side quests. Let's see now. Okay. If I go back to Alexandria Ranch, I can go hunting for that library book. Hold it right there. A bandit steps out of the bushes on the side of the road. He's pretty raggedy, but also extremely burly. Like a scarecrow stuffed with footballs. He hefts a pistol that could be described as a hand cannon without getting metaphorical. Fight, Redwood reputation, or outfoxing. Do you know who I am? Maybe you should ask the fellows back at Buttered Biscuit who's been getting things done around here lately. Oh, Guy? That's right, Stick Edgelord Guy. Now, why don't you hand over your gear and next time maybe you'll remember faster. Intimidating 6-gun. A lot of parts of this gun are way bigger than they need to be. I got some meat. Heap of smoldering books. Overdue Breadwood book. Well, that was easy enough. Rich vein, poor vein, gold medal, silversmithing. And I'm gonna go ahead and read all of those. Expert silversmithing. Can make extra silver bullets when crafting them. I don't really care. Since, well, I never make silver bullets. I just turn them into needles. Suppose I might hypothetically make some bullets just to turn into needles. Finance advice from a few years ago. Perk, vainglorious. Increases meat gains from mine. Best love poem ever written. The This love poem is so good you're afraid to even read it because you might fall in love with the book. Okay, I'm guessing that's a quest item. Cows don't explode and leave craters like that. I'm forgetting about anything. Take the book back. Recovering the stolen jelly beans. Investigating a missing shipment of mail to Breadwood. Well, we can take care of Breadwood easy enough. Well, half of it. That's a real bagel batter. Oh well, everyone mostly skipped the words and just looked at the pictures anyway. Mostly just the bottom half of the pictures, so that's alright. At least the captions are still there, I guess? What's with the guy washing dishes? Lover ran up a tab he couldn't pay off, so now he gets to wash the dishes. Some of them dishes I've been saving for just such an occasion. How much does he owe? $150? Alrighty. Guy is grimly washing dishes. He notices you looking and waves you away, irritated. Hey, I paid off your tab. You're free. Huh? What'd you do a thing like that for? It's feeling charitable, I guess. Well, thanks, but I don't know how to do pretty much nothing except washing dishes. Nothing at all? Well, I can also wash people's clothes, and I can play the washboard. That's pretty much it, though. There's plenty of job opportunities opening up in Dirtwater. Why don't you try your luck out there? Alright, it's worth a shot. Thanks, pal. Dishwasher 1. Redwood Trading Post. You know, it just occurred to me. Just occurred to me that I skipped valuable opportunities during those sleep days to go and buy supplies. See, there's only one more thing that I have to do before crossing over in Breadwood, and that would be taking care of things at Chuck's house. But before I do, I think I'm going to head to the circus. Check the safe. Got a stock certificate and 467 meat. Okay, still can't go to the show. Button Willow's store. Let's see what you're carrying. Off to the side of the trail, you see a covered wagon, small family of settlers who look upset. Folks okay? We're on our way to Dirtwater, but our wagon went and broke down on us. That's rough. You're liable to get attacked by bandits out here, or snakes, or coyotes, or ghosts, or other things that basically live exclusively on stranded travelers. Susie, you know about wagons and stuff. Think you could fix this? Reckon? Susie crawls under the wagon and pokes around for a moment, then reappears and chucks a dead rat over her shoulder. Right in your carburetor. Should be fine now. Oh, thank you so much. Groovy. Cheap tequila, cheap wine. No needles. Just give me some needles already. Okay. There's old granddad out there, but I don't know how to get past that one goblin peacefully, and I kind of want to figure it out. Suppose I could go back and just see if I can get past. Oh, it's a plot lock. Couple of unmarked graves. Have a look at the guest room. It's on the menu. Kind of sausages. Long pork. Mailman been by recently? Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure I can actually complete that quest line yet. Let's head down to old Granddad. Overly tanned boots. Ooh, +1 maximum action points. Oh, okay, hold up. Let's look at my supplies. Your food. It's a big stat buff. Plum pudding, trap pie, roasted cow tongue. Purifies your guts. Goblin sandwich, lead pie, ghost pickle. You know what? Give me a can of potted meat. You pry open the can with your bare hands because you don't have time for a can opener and eat the meat. Moxie, speed, all of it. Schmaltz blue ribbon. All the damage. Damage, speed. Burial whiskey. Redwood bourbon. Cheap whiskey. Ash punch, decent tequila. Fermented spider blood. You know what? Give me a shot of Redwood bourbon. And give me a shot of that burial whiskey. I'll stick with that for now and make a tap. Syrup tap. Got some cactus syrup. Here you go. Our guzzles an entire bottle in a single long draw. It's both fascinating and disgusting. This time the guard moves away from the ladder so they have plenty of room to guzzle the syrup. Hello, hi. Hi, can I? Nope. Okay, can I? Yep, bringing me goblin elixir. What's that? A potion of extra delicious being. So good. Table is covered with flasks, speakers, bottles, tubes, burners, and all the other equipment that makes up a super elaborate alchemy table, including a whole bunch of different colored liquids and powders and stuff. Make a goblin elixir? That's easy for you to say. Look for some instructions. You find a scrap of paper in a drawer that looks maybe like instructions for an elixir, but it's all in goblin science jargon that you don't understand at all. Just start mixing things up, I guess. Pick up a beaker and look at the ingredients. Start with some blue liquid. Add some violet slime. And some mauve ooze. Spit in it. You work up a good mouthful of saliva and spit in the beaker. Mixture turns yellow and starts to smoke like crazy. You manage to pitch the concoction out the window and duck under the table just in time. Explodes with a tooth rattle and bang. Orange juice. Indigo lumps. Blue fluid. Stir it up. After a second, you stir the mixture with a glass rod. The mixture turns white and starts to bubble like crazy. After a second though, it settles down. Whatever it is, doesn't seem immediately life-threatening. It smells terrible though. You pour the elixir into a proper flask. Who knows? Maybe it isn't a deadly poison or anything. I have no idea if I managed to just guess right or if it's just completely random. Oh, good, yes. The goblin moves away from the ladder and takes little sips from the flask, savoring the flavor. Is it good? Yes, perfect. Oh my. Holy crap. If this isn't the most disturbing thing you've ever seen, I don't want to know what is. Hey, guys, those jelly beans, can I have to them? Oh, what? No? Our fruit rocks? No, not taking our fruit rocks. Those being ours, you're not taking. Well, what's your plan for dealing with this horror? I could just stuff a fungicide bomb into the pile. But no, let's talk to him. But not looking like you're eating them. A jar is still full. What? Eating? Fruit rock not for eating? Fruit rock just for looking at. You're looking at? You just looking at them? Not fitting through floor hole. Can't leave room. Fruit rock's only entertainment beam. Good grief, that's sad. Okay, how about I teaching you something else for entertaining? Something better than fruit rocks looking at. Okay, sounding good. I agree. I certainly not. What better than fruit rocks looking at? You teach the goblins how to play 20 questions, and once you get them over the initial hurdle of a goblin being neither animal, vegetable, nor mineral, they pick it up pretty fast. Soon they're so focused on the game, they've stopped paying attention to you entirely. And just like that, we're good to go. Apparently, I just didn't bother investigating the pile of junk. Well, oh. Got a bunch of scraps and a punch card. Didn't mean to go here. Meant to go to Roy Bean's house. We got a cow monolith. An obsidian ungolith. Alright. Susie carves another notch into the stock of her rifle. Cow hate flashes in her eyes and her resolve intensifies. Susie has become stronger. Got him. Wonderful, good job, kid. Looks like they're all here too. The goblins didn't eat any. It's a long and weird story. Well, never mind then. You did a swell job, kid. I only got one more jar of beans missing. They were stolen by a gang of hippies. Why'd they take them? Heck, who knows what a hippie's thinking? All I know is they headed off south and a little bit west. Got a new map location, Shroom Cave. Give me one sec. Sorry about that. Ran out of water a little bit ago. Don't fancy wearing out my throat. Got a complicated punch card. I can't even pick up the mushrooms. That's a letdown. I do have a lot of XP though. Let's go ahead and max out Lava Fava. Costs a lot, but I think it's worth it. Buff Mysticality, and we'll get some more muscle. Got exactly 140, which is enough for one of these two. I'm thinking Moxie. Big mushrooms. Or mushrooms. You recognize this as the extremely hallucinogenic Lactarius dirty hippica. Harvest it using the mushroom pliers. Got a mushroom map. Read the map. This map is labeled shroom locations and shows a weird, convoluted trail leading to X. You recognize the X as this very cave. Source of the trail looks like it's right near that weird fort full of dirty weirdos. Pile of Bones is wearing some shredded necromancer cultist clothes. You grab everything that isn't nailed to the bones, and then you grab the bones. Human ashes, human teeth, skull chips, skeleton bone. Looks like we'll have to head to that fort with the hippies. Fight the skeletons. $53 XP, skull chips. I got a gold tooth. That's nice. You seen any jelly beans? No, haha, I'm not interested in jelly beans unless they're the kind of jelly beans that gets you completely plastered. I don't think that's a real thing. No, I heard they got them in Frisco. That doesn't seem safe, you know, for kids. Real quick, I'm actually gonna go ahead and drink that. You made the classic mistake. You consumed something given to you by a hippie. Like, wow. I have no idea what that actually does. Rocking back and forth, muttering to herself. Most of what she's muttering is teeth, 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 but sometimes she throws in some other bone like tibia or seventh thoracic vertebra. You see any jelly beans? Well, first we must take care to define our terms. What does it mean to see jelly beans? And what if what I see as jelly beans are different than what you see as jelly beans? Cut the crap before I cut it for you. No, I have not, but I do know that Irene, the newest and dare I say the most delightful member of our little clan, is particularly fond of them. Might ask her. I've already done the curtsy and philosophy discussion. You seen any jelly beans? Teeth, jawbone, jawbone, teeth, teeth. I see. Well, heck. Hello again. Would you like to buy a mushroom? This batch is extra groovy. How about a free mushroom? Well, I suppose they're ultimately free after all. Sure. One won't hurt. Plus, what do I even need meat for? Oh, Curtsy and Charm gives me a bunch. The Curtsians have really taught you a lot about how to take advantage of hippies. Got some more moxie. See any jelly beans? Yeah, I had some jelly beans recently. I don't quite remember. Oh, they were in my lounge. Where's your lounge? I don't quite remember. It's only there part of the time anyway. What? I don't know. Huh. The lounge that's there part of the time. You know, I'm just not sure. Suppose I could visit Madness Mine. Alright, let's beat up a robot. Now this is where we started off. Maybe back in the Shroom Cave? I bet having my third eye open is probably what opened up that portal at the back there. Huh. I've seen that name Grutch a few times. Not sure where it's going to wind up. Shroom Cave, Hidden Lounge. Take the strange lamp. Grab the beans. Nice. And back to Roy Bean's house. Probably won't go on much longer. Got that last jar of jelly beans. Well, I'll be jiggered. Didn't figure on seeing any of them jelly beans again. And here you've brought back all 3 jars. I ain't got much to reward you with other than a handshake stick. But maybe I'll be able to pay you back somehow in the future. Don't sweat it, Roy. I was happy to help. Happy to help. Yeah, I don't have 6,000 meat to pay for that jelly bean. Well, with all that, I'm a bit stuck on how to progress in certain areas. So at this point, the only thing I can think to do is roll on back to Redwood and get them to deliver that wood so we can cross to the last area of this. And then I'll just hope that eventually I get access to those quests I'm working on. Now about that lumber. Alright, well, you helped me out quite a bit, so I reckon I can set you up what you need for that bridge. Thanks. The mayor glances at the list of the problems on the wall and paces around nervously. Pepperoni mold. Got some tombstone pizza. Well, all that said, let's head on back to the railroad camp. There's a deep, gravelly exhalation of breath behind you, and you realize that you've been ambushed by a hell cow. Big one, too. It's just normal hell cow, I mean. Honestly, I've seen worse. After using the old bean, I can one-shot it. Tainted milk. Infernal soul fragment, and some smoldering leather. Oh, I could actually use my necromancy to make a bridge. Secured lumber from Breadwood. Ready to build it. Oh? Yeah, most of the passengers are so bored they want to help. You also help lend a hand, and it all happens so quickly that it's almost as if no time has passed before the bridge is built. Now we just have to lay tracks the rest of the way into Frisco, and our work is done, both mine and yours. See you there, boss. See ya. I kinda wish I had done the necromancy route, but at the same time... There is one more thing that I could do. You happen across an old abandoned crate. Ooh, rock hammer. Oh, that's very nice, actually. A buff to mysticality is always helpful. Sweet sword gives a buff to moxie. Give me that mysticality. Thing is, oh, we got safe cracking for some stock certificates. We got the altar that we stole the thing of blood from. There is still this... Oh no. There is still this doll. You know what? We'll keep leaving that until the end of the game. Then we'll come back here, probably trigger an optional boss fight. Cactus bits. As you approach the grave marker, the hair on the back of your neck stands up as a voice whispers in your ear, "Give it to me. Give it to me." Give what to you? The air grows colder. The picture of me, I can see it. You have it. You shouldn't look at it. Nobody should look at it. I guess you must be Mary. Why don't you want anyone to look at it? The whispering gets quieter. Anger seeps in around the edges of the voice. Because they'll know. Give it to me. Know what? What happened? What I did? Give me the picture. Give it to me now. Huh. I don't want to fight the ghost of a little girl. You hold the photograph out toward the grave marker, and it disintegrates in your hand. The air turns to normal. You hope Mary finds some peace now. Yeah. Oh my, it's Cactus Bill. Didn't expect to see you around these parts. Well, I gotta admit, I got a little envious when I saw you leaving Bourne Springs. I figured I'd hitch a ride out west to see what I could see. And just look at this place. So much hustle, so much bustle. Sure is a lot of both of those. Hey, nice spot. Thank you kindly. So what's new? Well, to be honest, what's new is a profound sense of longing and loneliness. I'm sorry to hear that, Bill. Well, it is what it is. I was hoping to run across a similar lonely cactus lady somewhere out there, or failing that, a normal human lady looking to marry a cactus. No luck? Not yet. Of course, getting around is a big bit of a challenge, but us cactuses live a long time. Sure I'll meet somebody. Someday. I'll keep an eye out. Sure would appreciate it. Got a package from Rufus. Trying to find a guy named McCready. Hey! There's a possibility you might have passed through here about 17 years ago. Passed through? You don't stamp passports here. Yeah? If you stayed for a while, I might have a forwarding address. Can you check, please? Alright, them books could use a dusting anyway. One sec. She pulls out some big ledgers out of her desk, blows a huge cloud of dust into the air, and then starts leafing through them. 17 years ago, around about 78 then? 76, 77, 78. Maron, Mableston, McMurphy, McCready. Got a Mac McCready, that the one? That's him. No forwarding address, but you could ask at his old place just out northwest of here. Let me see your map. Oh yeah, looks like you already got it here. Desert House, that's the one. Like to send a postcard. Okay. Well, we got that far. So there were a couple of hints that could pass the advice along. Oh, and I never opened up the package from Rufus. Portable arcane oven. Installs an arcane oven in your room at the Jewel. Oh, that's actually incredibly useful. M. McCready sticks to his guns. You dig until your shovel hits a wooden coffin and haul the lid open. skeleton blinks at you. Or, well, it doesn't, but anyway. Howdy. Howdy. Are you guilty, McCready? Well now, ain't heard that nickname in, what year is it? 1895? 17 years ago. No, I tell a lie, there was that one time 8 years ago. Same McCready that escaped the gallows during an eclipse? Heh. Well now, since the statute of limitations has expired, I might as well fess up. Yeah, that was me. Real sweet plan too. Apart from the one little hitch, it went off smooth as silk. Even worked in a little misdirection to lead the law and to them other two fellers instead of me. Serves them right too. They was real murderers, not like me. Never killed a man except in a fair fight. Except for that one little hitch you mentioned? You miscalculated how long to delay the trial, so in order not to miss the eclipse, you called for a trial by combat. Oh, well, yeah, if that's the truth of it. You're blaming me for Miss Wainwright's death, I suppose. Why didn't you just trust her? She would have gotten you declared innocent. She had a real good head on her shoulders, sure, but so did that prosecutor fella. I didn't rate the odds better than 50-50. Not good enough. Anyway, the trial by combat was part of her job. She should have been ready. That stinks. She trusted you. She's a ghost now because she feels guilty about losing the trial. I've spent ages trying to convince her you weren't innocent, but she backed you every step of the way despite the fact that you got her killed. And you don't even care? Bite your tongue, Sonny. You don't know me. Don't care? I did what I felt I had to do to stay alive, and I felt guilty about what happened to Miss Wainwright. But I ain't taking all the blame for it, no sir. She'll tell you herself she should have been better prepared, just like she told me that day, apologizing with her last breath. I gave up gunfighting for her. Gave up the only thing I lived for. That's how I felt about it. You gave up gunfighting? Weren't easy, but I did. Bought this house, bought this land. Raised some chickens and had a little vegetable garden. Place has gone to crap since I died. It's a shame. Anyway, I never fired my pistol again. Not even at a fence post. It's not what it says on your grave. Oh, hey, read it again. That's the fellow what killed me having a little ironic joke, I reckon. Someone killed you? You're only the second person to track me down. First time was 9 years after the trial. Vic Timsbury's brother hunting for revenge. What happened? Challenged me to a duel, and I told him I ain't doing that no more. He asked again, and I said no. And he hollered at me, and I took my pistol out of the closet and threw it at his feet so he could see how the cylinder was all rusted shut. And he cocked his gun at me and asked me one last time, and I said no. Last thing I remember is the bang. Oh wow, you can actually even see on his hat the bullet hole. Jeez. Kinda him to bury me though. Guess he weren't all bad. Do you want to see Felicity again? Could take you to her ghost. Nah, I reckon I'll just go back to sleep. Ain't right, a dead fellow walking around. Just tell her sorry for me, alright? Here, you can give her my pocket watch. She'll recognize it. Huh. Alright, bye, McCready. So long, fella. I do wonder, do I have to give her the pocket watch to prove that I found him? Or can I... Do I have to give her the pocket watch to prove I found him? Or can I just tell her? Because that is actually a real nice offhand item. Hey, I got a question for you. What's up? Are you ready for this? What now? I found McCready's grave. He wasn't executed. You're 100% person it's him? Not some other man named McCready? I spoke to him personally. Spoke to him? He's alive? Not exactly, he's a skeleton. We talked for a while, then he asked me to bury him again so he could sleep. What did he say? He confirmed our guesses, knew about the eclipse in advance, and stalled the trial for his escape plan, but stalled it too long. Decided to hedge his bet by calling the trial by combat. I see. He gave up gunfighting. He what? Bought a little house and raised chickens. Never fired his pistol again. In fact, he left it to rust. 9 years later, Timsbury's brother caught up to him, challenged him to a revenge match. McCready refused repeatedly, so the guy shot him. Said to tell you he was sorry. She looks at you silently for a moment, then sighs and shakes her head. She smiles at you. Thank you, Stick. You make a fine attorney. She shakes your hand, fades from view as she does. Rest in peace, counselor. I took care of her. Thank goodness. I gotta wash this flour off and get back to work, but first, he starts frantically scratching every part of his body. Man, it feels like I've been saving up these itches for days. I was about to go crazy. Thanks, Stick, you're a lifesaver. No problemo. Come see me at the visitor center. I'll hook you up with a souvenir photograph. That was really sweet how you handled the ghost. Yeah. It was also wildly inefficient. Jeez, Lawrence, you always want to take the violent option. Look, I didn't make this science gun for baking cookies. Does it bake cookies? Well, yeah, but they come out weird. Rubbery. Let's go visit the gift shop first. Yeah, we'll be wrapping up pretty soon here, especially since I expect we're about to go speak to the old lady and have it all wrapped up. Gunman or photo? How'd you take a picture of me then? Oh, that's just for our records. Okay. Yeah, I reckon the old lady up topside is actually the last ghost. Whatever. I do feel significantly less haunted. Did you get rid of all the ghosts? Sure did, ma'am. Actually, my scanner says there's still one. Shh, ma'am, all the ghosts accounted for. That's splendid. Come right in. I knew it. You knew she was a ghost all along? Yeah, I had my suspicions. You must be more in tune with this narrative stuff than I am. Yeah, get used to it. I sure didn't expect Mrs. Gunn to be a ghost herself. You know, Susie, I'm surprised we haven't run into more ghosts. We've seen our share of disasters. All the ranchers, you mean? Well, I suppose a body gets killed by cows, might as well haunt a tornado, you know? Yeah, I guess you're right. Now you mention it, I'm real glad we haven't run into more ghosts. Turn off the lamp. Turn off another lamp. Turn off the floor lamp. Hello, Mrs. Gunn. Hello, Stick, was it? Thank you so much for getting rid of all those ghosts for me. Yeah, about that. Turns out there's one left. Oh dear. Well, I'll need you to take care of it before I can pay you. Mrs. Gunn, I got some bad news for you. Oh, what's that? It's you. You're a ghost, ma'am. Well, I'll be. When did that happen, I wonder? My condolences. Why, thank you. You're very kind. You know, this does explain some things. Like what? Well, I haven't had any appetite for months. Nearly a year, in fact. They keep sending up food from the kitchen in the dumbwaiter, but I've just been dropping it out the window and sending the empty plates back so the chef won't have her feelings hurt. There's also the fact that you're, well, translucent. Yes, I thought it was just the cataracts. Mrs. Gunn, this prompts a question, you know. Oh, what's that? Why are you a ghost? Well, I'm sure I don't know. You're the expert. Perhaps you can tell me. Actually, it's me. I'm the expert. Do you have some kind of unfinished business? Something that's tying you to this place? Well, now that you mention it, I suppose I do. You mind telling me about it? My entire family disappeared a few years ago. My husband and 3 daughters. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Sorry for your loss. The sheriff suspected they'd been kidnapped for ransom, but no one ever made any demands. They just vanished. I never found out what happened. I always thought they were taken away by ghosts. Why'd you think that? I always felt guilty about how many people have been killed by my invention. The belt buckle? The gun? Oh, right. I used to worry that their ghosts would come back to haunt me. When I built this house, I had an electrical anti-ghost field installed in the walls of this room so they couldn't get in. No way, awesome. Wait, that doesn't affect you? Well, I'm sure it would if I attempted to walk through the wall, but it never occurred to me to try. Aha. After Dan and the girls disappeared, I became so sure that ghosts had gotten them that I locked myself in here, after donating the rest of the house to the Historical Society so that there'd be someone to look after the whole place. Now I feel rather silly about this whole thing. Silly? I mean, ghosts do exist, obviously. Well, yes, but now that I'm a ghost myself, I can sense the presence of other ghosts, and they only just arrived in this house yesterday or the day before. That was when I called for an exterminator. You know, I didn't even question how I knew they were here, but I don't think there have been any ghosts here before then. Why'd they all show up yesterday? I couldn't say. They all seemed very angry and confused, but since they couldn't get in here, they gave up and just started wandering around the house. They gave up quite easily, actually. Maybe because you're already a ghost yourself, Well, Mrs. Gunn, what are we gonna do with you? What do you mean? You did contract me for 13 ghosts, ma'am. You're the 13th. Oh yes, obviously I could simply renegotiate the number with you, but perhaps you should go ahead and exorcise me, or whatever you do. Rather find a more peaceful solution. Peaceful solution? What do you mean? Well, we can also release you from your ghostitude by solving the problem that's keeping you here. In your case, I guess that means finding out what happened to your family. Oh, well, I'd be very grateful for that if you could. I assume they're dead, and to be honest, I think I've gotten used to that fact. But I surely would like to know what actually happened. Alright, see what I can do. Got the attic opening stick. Now, where do I actually access the attic? I can't remember. Is it here? Oh my. Box containing boxes, boxes of hat, or old hat. Who the heck are you? I'm a stick guy, but since I'm not the guy who's apparently hiding out in Mrs. Gunn's attic, I feel like you ought to be the one answering that question. Who am I? Well, that's just friggin' typical. I'm Chet Bullet. I'm supposed to have heard that name before? Yeah, you should have. Mrs. Gunn invention would have been nothing without mine. Wait, let me guess. You invented the bullet? Whew. I thought for sure you were gonna say belt buckle again. Oh shoot, now I want to change my guess. You're dang right I invented the bullet, but I was her assistant, so did I get any credit? No. Okay, well, maybe I'll feel like talking to you. Sounds like you got an axe to grind. Not for much longer. Ah, jeez. Looks like we found the bad guy. Okay, Chet, go ahead and tell us the details of your whole nefarious plan. I don't care much for your tone. Why should I tell you anything? Well, I could just set you on fire with my mind, but I prefer words to incoherent screaming. Well, it's too late for you to stop me anyway, so I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you. Later be marching. Thanks for hanging out. Certainly not as much as telling me would. When Mrs. Gunn dies, control of the company and patents passes to me. I'm no murderer, mind you. I like to keep my hands clean. But I figure there might be some other people who'd have a bone to pick with me, considering the manner of their death. You summoned all those ghosts? That's right. All it took was some basic seance equipment. Wired up to the house's belfry for amplification. A snap for a mechanical genius like me. But seance gear summons ghosts related to the summoner. That's the whole point of a medium. A person who knows how to direct the summoning on someone else's behalf. So you get to talk to your own grandma instead of the summoners. You don't seem like the medium type to me. More like a small. Well, that does explain something I've been wondering about. It didn't make any sense for all the ghosts to be haunting Mrs. Gunn because some of them weren't killed by guns, but they were all killed by bullets. Naturally, I anticipated there'd be a couple of those. That's why I rigged this room with an anti-ghost field, which I cleverly boosted up so that the ghosts couldn't sense me up here. So your plan was to summon a bunch of birth. Achievement unlocked, number 1 with a bullet. So your plan was to summon a bunch of angry goats who would initially be looking for you, but would haunt Mrs. Gunn instead when they couldn't find you. Correct, and once they've haunted her to death, Gun Industries would be all mine. Well, I hate to be the bearer of good news, but Mrs. Gunn is dead. On the bright side, she's been dead for a year, so you pretty much wasted your time. What, really? I'm rich. Now I just need to get out of here with without all those ghosts spotting me. Yeah, the ghosts are gone too, so you're pretty much in the clear. Wonderful. The anti-ghost field is pretty effective, but it's starting to make the back of my part of my brain itch. He flips the switch on an electrical device and you suddenly become aware of the absence of an extremely low-frequency hum right on the edge of your hearing. There's something else I want to ask you about. Ask away. What happened to Mrs. Gunn's family? Oh, them. They've been out of the picture for years. I heard a rumor Dan got killed by desperados and buried in a shallow grave out in the backside of nowhere. But of course I wouldn't actually know anything about that. Lucky for me, since I couldn't have inherited a company with him around, or their daughter. You son of a... Relax, the girls are fine. I'm not a monster. Pretty sure you're a monster. There's a weird little island kingdom somewhere on the other side of the ocean. Apparently it's stuck in some kind of bizarre temporal field that keeps nearly anyone from entering or leaving. Can't even find the place if you don't know how. Fortunately, I know a guy who knows how, so I gave the girls 3 free tickets to sleepaway camp. Wasn't that nice of me? You're an absolute bastard. Oh, that hurts my feelings. Fortunately, I'm about to have a whole lot of money to console myself with. Why, you... Hold on. We should talk to Mrs. Gunn first before they tear him a new hole. Huh? I thought you said she was dead. Depending on what she says, you might be too. Grab the science stuff. I think I know how this is gonna go. We're gonna talk to Mrs. Gunn, but he turned off that protective thing, so if I ring the bell, it'll summon more ghosts to deal with him. I have good news and bad news. Go on, I'm ready. Shep Bullet had your husband killed and your daughters kidnapped, so you'd be the sole inheritor of your company when you died. He's also the reason all the ghosts were here. I should have suspected something when he suddenly started being so ingratiating back then, and when he wrote off desperados on his expense account. I'd write him out of my will, but I suppose it's too late. That's rather gone. What's the good news? He says your daughters are safe. They're just on a magical island somewhere that nobody can get to. It's not exactly comforting, but at this point I'll take it. Plainly, if he wanted to kill them, he'd just done so. Wait, you spoke to him personally? Yeah, he didn't know you were already dead, so he's been hiding in your attic for the last couple of days. Achievement unlocked, Spirit Guide. Waiting for the ghost to kill you. Wait, what do you want me to do with him? I'll leave it up to you. I'm not in a state to make any reasoned judgment. In any case, you've answered my question, and I can feel myself moving on already. Thanks for all your help. With a sad wave, Mrs. Gunn fades from view. Then, almost as an afterthought, the lock on her desk drawer pops open. Inside, you find a check written out to Cunningham Ghost Annihilation Services, which Flo snags with a cha-ching and a blueprint. Yeah, I think it's pretty simple what I'm gonna do here. Ring the bells. I don't know what the code for the bells is, so I'm just gonna kill him. And that'll be the last bit. Oh, I see. Well, set up a bean shield, summon a bean golem, use the old bean, and then Northern Blizzard or bean... Oh wait, and set up a bean wall. And now, Northern Blizzard or Rain of Teeth, doesn't make a difference. Let's go ahead and use Rain of Teeth. Ah, dang it. Okay, I give up. Bunch of bullets. Chef falls to his knees. You decide to let him dangle for a minute while you rifle it through his stuff. You beat Chet Bullet, then hog time and drag him down to the visitor center. The employees assure you they'll hand him over to the sheriff of whatever jurisdiction this is. Well, that's it. You reckon you've brought some reckoning to Gun Manor. Not the best possible reckoning, mind you. Maybe there's a better way to deal with Chet? I mean, there definitely is a better way to deal with Chet. I don't know why I said maybe. Anyway, feel free to poke around the grounds looking for loose ends to wrap up. But you're pretty much done here. Thanks for playing the reckoning at Gun Manor. Yeah, I don't know the code to ring the bells. I'm pretty sure that was the right way to deal with it, but that was one puzzle that I didn't know how to solve. There is one more thing we can do here, and then I'll call it. We are going to go and build that gun that we got a blueprint for. Make Mrs. Gunn's opus. Oh my, this is the best gun Mrs. Gunn never got the chance to make. You vow to commit so much violence in her name. It's a bench covered with gunsmithing tools and supplies. And just like that, I think we'll call the stream for the day. Thanks so much for hanging out, folks. I realize it was a long one, and we'll be back with a bit more of this tomorrow. Who knows? If things go quickly, we might even finish the game. But in the meantime, appreciate everyone who chatted and lurked and all those things. And I hope to see y'all next time. Later, folks.